Hi, if everybody would start to take their seats, we can get the show rolling. Okay. You good? You get your list yet? You got nothing. One more second while the assembly gets one thing taken care of. Okay, we have people seated. Legislators have enough seats to sit in. Great. Well, welcome to the first budget hearing for 2025. I'm Liz Kruger, Chair of the Senate Finance Committee, and next to me is the brand-new Chair of Ways and Means in the Assembly, Gary Pretlow. Welcome. As he said, it's not his first rodeo, but it's his first rodeo as the Chair of Ways and Means, and I'm just going to do the opening remarks. No, I'm going to go over a few of the rules of the road. One, for all the legislators here, when you want to speak, put your speaker on the green, right? You can push the button. And if you are talking and you accidentally turned it on or you forgot, the people in the back in the room might decide to turn it off for you, but always keep your eye on whether your mic is green or red. For everyone, legislators and our testifiers, there are clocks that you can see in a variety of places when you're looking this way or when you're looking this way. And that's the amount of time you have available to you. So when you're testifying, that's your amount of time to testify. When legislators are asking questions, that clock is the amount of time you have to ask questions and get answers. I have to go over this every year in every hearing. Sometimes you spend all 3 minutes asking the question. That means you don't get an answer. So try not to use all the minutes on your clock to ask the question, because then it's more of a speech, and some of us love giving speeches, but then the testifiers will only be able to say, I can get back to you at a later date, because we're not going to give them time to answer you. So just keep your eye on the clocks. And it's red, and then it goes to yellow when you're close, and I'm sorry, it's green, then it goes to yellow when you're close, and then it goes to red when you're done. All right, and just for keeping track, for the time that people have, witnesses from government have 10 minutes to testify. Non-government witnesses have less time, a little later. They have only 3 minutes to testify. Then the chairs of the relevant committees, we have 3 of them today. We have the finance chair, the ag chair, the cultural affairs chair. They get 10 minutes to ask questions, and only they get a second round for 3 minutes if they have additional questions. The relevant rankers, again, 3 committees each, have 5 minutes, no second round. All other members have 3 minutes, no second round. I know people always think that's too little time. I get it, particularly legislators. You're allowed to go find these people and ask them questions anytime you want. And for non-governmental people who come to testify and got so little time to talk, just remember, they're living for you to call them and ask them more questions. They will more than happily come to your offices to talk to you about their testimony. They will get on the phone to answer questions. So this is not anybody's only opportunity to ask questions and get questions answered. Okay, with that, before I make the official opening to the hearing, I'm going to introduce Democratic senators who are here already. And I see our chair, Michelle Hinchy of Agriculture, and our chair of Parks and Tourism, and the rest of the name of that committee, I'm sorry, Senator Serrano. Just looking at other Democrats up here. I see Senator Fahey. All right. Oh, and Senator Chris Ryan, brand new Senator Chris Ryan. We have 2 Senator Ryans now in the Senate, so you have to practice. And I will turn it over to my ranker to introduce Tom O'Mara, ranker on finance, to introduce the Republicans.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We have joined on our side of the aisle by Senators Jim Tedisco, George Borrello, Pam Helming, and Pete Oberacker. Thank you.
Great. Okay, and now I'm going to turn it over to my Assembly colleagues to introduce their sides.
Thank you, Senator Kruger, and good afternoon, everyone. I won't make an opening statement. I was good to be here. As I said earlier, it's not my first radio, but it's the first time I'm riding 8 seconds on the bull. So we have our relevant chairs here from Parks is Assemblyman Ron Kim, and on that committee we have Carrie Warner, and in the Agriculture Chair Donna Lapardo, and on that committee Dr. Anna Kellis, Brian Cunningham, and Stephen Raga are here. We also have joining as an observer, Assemblywoman Seawright. And Mr. Raw will introduce his colleagues.
Good afternoon. We are joined by Assemblyman Chris Tagg, our ranker on agriculture, Assemblyman Scott Gray, our ranker on tourism and parks, and members Giglio, Angelino, Miller, and Simpson.
Do you have any more?
And I just missed one individual, Assemblyman Steve Otis has joined us also.
Great. And also for new legislators or people who don't usually come to budget hearings, if you want to ask questions, you want to make sure you are telling. If you're a Senate Dem or an Assembly Dem, you want to tell Assemblymember Pretlow or me that you want to be on a list to ask questions. And if you are a Republican, you want to let your two leaders know that you want to ask questions so that we make sure we have the list of who wants to ask the questions. With that, I will just take 30 seconds to say today is the 80th anniversary of Holocaust Memorial Day. It was 80 years today that the U.S. military went into Auschwitz and found what they found. It was a Holocaust of nearly 10 million people. When it was done, 2 out of 3 Jews in Europe were killed, many other non-Jews with us, and Russian soldiers as well. And if I was on the floor of the Senate today, I would be giving a resolution which will go on without me today, but I thought I would just take a moment for that. And now we'll switch to the actual hearing, which is on agriculture, parks, and recreation. So again, I've already introduced myself as Liz Kruger, co-chairing today's budget hearing. Today is the first of 14 hearings conducted by the joint fiscal committees of the legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for state fiscal year 25-26. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Senate Finance Committee and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the Departments of Agriculture and Markets and the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the fiscal committees and other legislators. We've already introduced the members from both houses, so I'm going to remind everyone that any testimony that is submitted, whether or not you have a chance to testify in person, will be on the appropriate websites of both the Senate and the Assembly so that everyone can read the testimony submitted by anyone and everyone, because sometimes people get told that they don't have time to testify. And sometimes, I don't think it will be a problem today, but some of these hearings run much longer than others. And by late in the day, people realize if I don't get on that train, I won't get home. So if you are signed up to testify and for some reason you know you're not going to be able to stay to testify, just do us a favor, come down to the front to any of these people here and let them know so that we're not looking for you when you've already decided you have to leave town. With that, I want to welcome our first panel, Richard Ball, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture and Markets, and welcoming the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. I will also be introducing Randy Simons, Commissioner Pro Tem and Chief of Staff of the Office of Parks, Historic Preservation. But we'll be starting with Richard Ball. And again, after the final question and answer period, there'll be an opportunity for members of the public to briefly express their views. So everybody should have gotten copies of the list of testifiers. And if you know you're on the next panel, you might want to come down towards the front as we're getting done with the panel before you. This is all just to try to get it to run as smoothly as possible. And with that, Commissioner Ball, welcome. Yours is not green. Press. Press again. I'm still seeing red. Press a little harder. Ah, there you go.
Ah, green. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the thoughtful introduction to today's activities. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, Senator Hinchey, Assemblymember Lupardo, members of the agricultural committees, and elected officials. I am pleased to offer my testimony on the fiscal year 25-26 executive budget for the Department of Agriculture and Markets. In this year's executive budget, Governor Hochul continues to demonstrate her commitment to New York agriculture. Her first two budgets increased funding for our industry by 60%, and I'm happy to see that this year's plan continues to build on that commitment. The executive budget recommends $364 million for the department, which allows us to maintain our core functions and carry out initiatives to boost our sustainability efforts and food systems, further our workforce and agricultural education goals, and invest in capital projects, marketing, and research to grow the industry. Agriculture is a cornerstone of the economy in our state, with nearly 32,000 farms numbering among the nation's top producers of more than 30 different commodities. Our dairy industry is a big part of that, with dairy farming making up half of New York's agricultural economy. Through the Dairy Think Tank, we know that we share a goal with our dairy farmers, and that is to make New York the most sustainable dairy state in the country. Building on last year's historic investments in New York dairy community, the governor this year is proposing $10 million for the second round of the Dairy Modernization Grant Program to update on-farm milk storage and improve dairy supply chain efficiencies. An additional $1 million will support cutting-edge research and further support the implementation of climate-resilient practices on our dairy farms. These initiatives are vital to our nation-leading fight against climate change. With Governor Hochul's plan to maintain a $400 million environmental protection fund, the department will see continued investment in programs that reduce the effects of climate change and protect our water and our land. Funding will support farmland and pollinator protection programs, soil and water conservation districts, the Climate Resilient Farming Program, Cornell Soil Health, and so much more. The governor is also proposing new investments to improve tracking of lost farmland and increase capacity within New York's network of community-led land trusts. In addition to climate, a top priority for the state is supporting our local food system and expanding access to food for all New Yorkers. This year's executive budget includes targeted support to continue this work, including nearly $4 million for the expanded Fresh Connect program and a $5 million increase for the Nourish New York program. It also supports the Farm to School, Farmers Market Resiliency, and Urban Farms and Community Gardens programs. In addition, Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program benefits will be maintained at its current level. The $50 million Regional School Food Infrastructure Grant Program will also see another $10 million to encourage the use of fresh, local farm products in school meals and expand markets for our New York producers. I'm also excited to see support for New York's fiber and maple industries. The $10 million Food and Fiber Small-Scale Processing Grant Program will fuel the supply of diverse products for New York's local purchasing initiatives such as Executive Order 32. Additional investments in marketing and research will help New York to become the leading innovator in the maple industry. The proposed $73 million local assistance budget will also support research and promotion for many commodities, including craft beverages, apples, vegetables, honey, hemp, and more. The executive budget also builds on the state's One Health approach, proposing funding to support animal and plant health. Again this year, $4.25 million is proposed for Cornell University's Integrated Pest Management Program. In support of companion animal care, $5 million will continue the Companion Animal Capital Fund, which provides critical upgrades at animal shelters and enhanced care for our dogs and our cats. One Health also encompasses the health and well-being of our workforce, who are essential to the strength of the industry. To support our farm workers, I am pleased to say that the governor has proposed an additional $5 million for the Farm Worker Housing Program. This program will help our farmers provide safer housing for their workforce while continuing to meet the production goals on the farm. In addition, $3.2 million will create safer environments and greater capacity at agribusiness child development, or ABCD centers. A total of $13.5 million will be dedicated to these facilities overall. These improvements will allow ABCD to expand education, health, and nutrition services to roughly 1,000 children whose families make up New York's farm workforce. To ensure the long-term success of the agricultural industry, we are also working on strengthening our agricultural education. We have had many successes in this area, especially this past year. This year's budget will allow us to further those efforts, investing $1 million for the New York Agriculture in the Classroom program. This is double amount of last year's investment. Additional funding totaling $1.8 million is proposed for other education programs like FFA, 4-H, the National Society for Minorities in Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Related Sciences, or MANRS, and the Association of Agricultural Educators. Together, these programs help to grow the agricultural education and support our next generation. We will join these organizations to kick off the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel to advance agricultural education later this year. Finally, the state is also focusing on our county and local fairs, which are hubs for agricultural education. The executive budget includes $2 million to support these fairs statewide, ensuring that they will remain a critical avenue to connect New Yorkers with local food and agriculture. We are also excited that Governor Hochul has proposed a nearly $51 million investment for capital improvements to the Great New York State Fair. We plan to upgrade our entertainment areas to further position the fairgrounds as a year-round attraction. This will build on the fair's ongoing projects like new barns, upgrades to the dairy bar and the youth building, and more, all of which help the State Fair continue to spotlight our vibrant, diverse agricultural industry. Thanks to these investments that the governor and all of you have made in New York agriculture over these years, we today have a more resilient food system and a stronger industry today. I look forward to seeing that momentum continue as we work together to further our shared goals in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you had 2.5 minutes to spare. And I'm sorry, Parks doesn't get the 2.5 minutes. You also get 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be with each of you today. Good afternoon, Chair Krueger. Welcome, Chair Pretlow. Senator Serrano, great to see you. Spent a lot of time in celebrating our centennial over the last year, and appreciate you for helping build the momentum. And welcome, Assemblymember Kim. Thrilled to see you in the new role. And members of the state legislature, thank you, truly, for inviting me here today. I'm honored to represent Governor Hochul on behalf of our state park system, which includes 250 state parks, historic sites, golf courses, boat launches, recreational trails, marinas, and more. The legislature's enduring support for our operational and capital funding has truly benefited all New Yorkers and has been deeply appreciative here at Parks. Governor Hochul recognizes the park system's importance to the physical and mental wellness of our communities. Our agency has proudly worked with the governor on major initiatives to expand access to healthy recreation and looks forward to building on those successes. Last year, we jumped in with both feet, literally and figuratively, on the governor's New York Swims Capital Grant Program. The program had two critical goals: helping disadvantaged communities across our neighborhoods to offer safe swimming in an era of extreme heat, and reducing the number of drownings, a leading cause of death in young people. In the largest investment in public swimming since the New Deal, we awarded $150 million in grants to support 37 projects statewide, and we're appreciative of our partnership with DASNY as well to help make that program such a success. New York Swims led to another nation-leading recreation program, Get Offline and Get Outside. Prior to the July 4th weekend, Governor Hochul removed swim pool entry fees at all state parks across our system for the entire summer. Through Labor Day, 542,000 people came out to a state park pool. That was a 36% increase, remarkable. 22 facilities hosted free swimming lessons, tripling the number of sites from the prior year. And we are able to increase the number of students we taught to swim by 400% to more than 2,000 children. And to further protect our patrons, at the pools and the spray grounds, when it gets hot, we gave out roughly 35 gallons of free sunscreen. Now, these programs didn't just make waves locally. They positioned our agency in this state at the vanguard of public health and recreation. Now, Governor Hochul's Unplug and Play initiative invests $200 million in this very necessary work through New York Bricks, building recreational infrastructure for communities, kids, and seniors, New York Plays, New York Places for learning, activity, and youth socialization, and a grant program to aid municipalities to improve new and improved playgrounds, and of course, the next phases of New York Swims and Get Offline and Get Outside. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to lead our park system during its centennial year. In 2024, we honored influential figures and milestone moments in our system's development. Our teams hosted one-of-a-kind centennial events, many of which you were alongside with us to help us celebrate, and received hundreds of stories and memories from our visitors. Building on the success of the centennial, public enthusiasm for our parks and historic sites surged in 2024. We welcomed a record-breaking 88 million visitors to our state parks. That's a 4.5% increase over the prior year, marking 12 consecutive record years here at state parks. And our parks are doing what the architects of this system intended, serving as affordable destinations for all New Yorkers while also attracting visitors from across the country and across the world. The governor's proposed budget maintains robust capital and operational funding necessary and will enable us to shape our system as we kick off the next 100 years here in 2025. But the work of building our system's future never stops. Some of the highlights from the more than 100 announcements and events we held in 2024, adding more than 1,000 acres across our system from Fonsstock to Moreau to Tremont to Taconic, renovated swim facilities, Riverbank and Stony Brook to better serve our swimmers. 45 miles of greenway trails were developed, and we're advancing plans on 6 key trail corridors across New York City and the outer boroughs. Work is underway across Selkirk Shore State Park and our shorelines at Buffalo Harbor for a destination spray area. New visitor centers at Olana, Bayer Cutting Arboretum, and Niagara Falls, and new accessible park infrastructure all across our system to provide recreational opportunities for people with disabilities. As New York's greatest public recreation asset, we also are working to remove financial barriers to those who need it most. As of April 1st, particularly proud of New York State veterans and our Gold Star families who became eligible for the Lifetime Liberty Pass. Since 2014, we issued approximately 1,200 of these passes annually. After the governor's initiative, we increased that number by 900% to over 12,000 passes issued. Remarkable. And visitor safety is a top priority at parks, always has, always will be. $53 million for the first time under the governor was dedicated to improving safety technology, infrastructure, staff training, and public awareness. I was particularly proud of the Junior Ranger program, which empowered our young visitors to take charge of their personal safety and build connections between the public and our park rangers. We significantly expanded our training program to equip more staff with essential skills in visitor engagement, missing persons response, and human trafficking awareness. Additionally, we have bolstered our law enforcement presence by recruiting nearly 50 new park police officers since last year, and we remain steadfast in our commitment to providing our officers with the necessary resources to support and effectively fulfill their critical duties to protect our park visitors. And the next 2 years, our system will shine brightly on a national and international stage. In September, the eyes of the golf world will be upon Bethpage State Park. 24 of the top golfers in the world from Europe and the United States will compete in the 2025 Ryder Cup. More than 250,000 fans will attend. And in 2026, we join the nation in commemorating the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. As co-chair of the New York's 250th Commemoration Commission, we are committed to the commemorative experience that is both educational and inspiring. And we will do this by engaging all New Yorkers, from students to community members, in this exciting celebration. And we will, most importantly, achieve this by embracing the agency's Our Whole History initiative, which ensures diverse perspectives and inclusive storytelling that are the forefront of our efforts. In closing, throughout our agency's history, we've helped New Yorkers meet the challenges of the day, whether it was supporting troops during World War II or creating affordable recreational opportunities for the baby boom generation. We are meeting today's needs for connecting people in an age of division and fragmentation, fortifying our properties against climate change, and giving New Yorkers affordable ways to improve their physical and mental wellness. I truly have valued the time that we have spent together over the last year in promoting and celebrating the benefits of our great park system to our communities. Our centennial year was a time to certainly reflect on our past, also concentrate on the mission ahead, but more importantly, grasp the current moment, one in which our successors, I truly believe, will look at us, maybe at the bicentennial, and really proclaim this era as one of the most important eras in the history of state parks. So for this, we are grateful. We're grateful to the governor. We are grateful to each of you. We are grateful to the 88+ million in our partners. Thank you for the opportunity today, and most welcome additional conversation to discuss this great state park system. Thank you.
I know I have to figure pick it up. Our first questioner will be Michelle Hinchy, Chair of the Agriculture Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Krueger, and thank you both so much for being here and for your testimony. There's lots of exciting things going on in both sectors, so thank you for your leadership. Commissioner Ball, no surprise, I'm going to start with you. And I want to thank you personally. Who knew? I want to thank you personally for your work as commissioner. You know, I think we in New York State are very lucky to have you at the helm and appreciate all of the work that you do and your leadership in our ag space. Because as you know better than anyone, New York is an ag state. And so we have to do everything we can to protect our farmers and support farm businesses, because this is the future of our food production in our country. And so thank you for your leadership in that. I'd like to start with one of everyone's favorite topics, which is school food. And we've seen, we're very excited to see in the governor's budget her inclusion of universal school meals. But of course, we would love to ensure that all of the food that our students are eating is not only locally or healthy farm fresh food, but locally grown New York farm fresh food. We have the school food program, but right now the reimbursement really only covers lunch, the 30% threshold program. I would love to hear from you if we were to include breakfast in that program and expand the reimbursement rate to 25 cents, what would that mean for our growers and our farmers across the state, and what would it mean for access to healthy food?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. That's a big question. But certainly, universal school meals, I think, is a very exciting opportunity for New York farmers and for New York children. You know, for so many years in our schools, you know, we basically said to local school boards and cafeteria nutrition people, break even on the school lunch program. Let's see if we can feed our kids for lunch at $1.74. And I think we have to change that philosophy and that discussion to a value-based one. When you or I buy a pair of shoes, buy a shirt, buy a car, whatever, we make a value-based decision. We look at the price, we look at the quality, and we make a decision. But for so many years, when it came to feeding our children, we made an economic decision. And I think, the school food program with the 30% initiative for lunch really helped move the dime a little bit, if you'll pardon the pun. And we allowed schools to get reimbursed from 5.9 cents, where it had been for probably 40 years, up to 25 cents. That was a great effort, and we're seeing great success there. I think, including breakfast, I think we have to put our eye on the ball, which is really, let's figure out how to feed New York kids New York food. It's going to be higher nutrition. It's going to be better economic outcomes. I know the Commissioner of Health will say we're going to get better health outcomes 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road. As a farmer, I know we're going to see better economic outcomes in our rural communities when we feed kids with local stuff. You couple that with the Governor's Executive Order 32 to get the state to do the same thing. Let's make sure in New York State that as a state, across all our agencies and our purchasers, that we're using 30% New York products that we buy. We're off to a great start there. So I think between, thinking about breakfast, between thinking about universal school meals, I think this is a tremendous opportunity for our farmers in New York State.
Thank you. Yeah, we know healthy food is a form of medicine, right? And so we can actually, it's a type of preventative care. If we can make sure that we're eating good nutrients, and that is from our New York farmers, we can also save a lot of money on the back end. Not to mention, from an administrative perspective, schools don't buy apples for lunch and a different set of apples for breakfast, right? You just buy apples and you put them out. And so having to track that closely is really difficult. So expanding breakfast, I think, would be a great thing to do. Switching gears slightly, hemp processing. You and I have talked about this. I think hemp is an incredible opportunity in New York, especially from a building material, from a clothing material, from a green perspective. There's so much opportunity there. Last year, we've been advocating for funding, specifically infrastructure funding for hemp processing, because we have the growers who have grown it. We know what it could be, but that middle area of the manufacturing and processing is really difficult and, quite frankly, really expensive. So it was great to see in the governor's budget last year $5 million for hemp processing. I believe it was at the specifically cited for Geneva. I don't see it in the governor's budget this year, so I'm curious where that stands and what the appetite is for an additional facility, because New York is a big state. We have lots of growers, and one facility just in the center may be difficult.
Right. Well, we're just, frankly, in the process of getting that up and run. That $5 million from last year and that appropriation went to Cornell University to help with the equipment and the techniques and the technical expertise that's going to be needed to explode that business. Hemp has about 2,000 uses, which is mind-blowing. And New York, the entire United States, has amnesia about what we used to do with hemp. We used to be a leading producer of hemp in the world. And, we threw that out so many years ago. We got to relearn a lot of things. But I'm happy to say that at Cornell, we now have New York varieties. We've got this capacity coming on here. And I would just add, we have a very energetic hemp and fiber work group. They're not shy. They're full of ideas. We meet fairly regularly at the Department of Ag. So I think we're still getting ready to capitalize on that investment from last year, which is why we have the budget we have this year.
Great, thank you so much. The farm overtime tax credit. We had a bill last year that would have included dairy farms to make it easier for them to utilize the tax credit that we have set up. The governor unfortunately vetoed our bill, citing that it needed to be done in the budget. I don't see that in this budget proposal. Is there something that we can work on for the budget this year to make sure that we can get that done for our dairy farmers?
Yes, thank you. There were some challenges with the way the overtime tax credit had been written that affected different farms in different ways, and the governor was hoping to get that done in the budget. We are still meeting with Tax and Finance as the department, and we also are meeting with the industry. We have sole proprietors, we have partnerships, we have LLCs, we have C Corps, S Corps, we have management companies on our farms. And we need to come up with the specific language that will work. The governor charged both of us, the Tax and Finance and Department of Ag, to come up with an answer here. We've been working on that pretty hot and heavy recently, and hopefully we're going to have something for you very shortly to just fine-tune that language a little bit and get it right so it works for all farmers.
Great, thank you. I would love to see that in the 30-day amendments. It's something I think we need to get done in the budget this year. Grants for farmland preservation, as we started with New York as an ag state, and it's incredibly important that we protect our farmland. I see that there's new language around planning for grants, but I haven't seen necessarily additional dollars. As you know, we're still having challenges specifically with solar developments being centered on farmland. I'd love to hear, do you think we're doing enough in farmland preservation, and can we do more?
I think we're in a great place. We went over 100,000 acres preserved last year. I mean, that still leaves a tremendous amount of acres that's not protected. But we've had a commitment of, in the neighborhood between $18 and $21 million a year for the last almost 10 years, which really brought New York kind of up to pace. Working through the regional economic development areas, refining it from an RFP process to an RFA process, we've been able to move much more quickly in finding land, helping those easements happen, and getting farm families protected.
But
So I
more
feel
money
really-
for farmland preservation would be helpful.
Excuse me?
More money for more farmland preservation would be helpful.
Well, I'm optimistic, yeah, and obviously, we're gonna see some assistance there in the Bond Act funding come into fruition. You know, we're involved in those conversations as well. So I feel pretty good about where we are. I think where we see some needs is in the capacity in local land trusts to be able to handle the influx. We've gotten good as a department of getting these programs in and out of the door pretty quickly. We meet with the partners on a regular basis, but now we're seeing there's a little bit of a holdup when it comes to the individual land trusts around the state being able to handle the workload. So you'll see some help in there.
Thank you, and I know my time is short, and this is a bigger question, but as shortly as you possibly can, lots of changes happening at the federal level, and we're going to see some loss of dollars, we imagine, specifically in some of the programs we've seen. Can you talk a little bit about what USDA funding means for us?
Well, I think it's fair to say we can expect some changes. For the Department of Ag and Markets, about $103 million flows from the federal government to the Department of Agriculture, mostly from USDA, some from FDA.
I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. I can pick right back up where Senator Hinchey left off. But first, thank you all for being here. As you know, we're looking at the budget, very happy to see some new items. Very pleased with the support for the Cornell Ruminant Center, Cornell 4-H, the Senior Farmers Market Program. Of course, disappointed that more items weren't put on budget, but this is an ongoing conversation we have year after year. We will do our best to make as many restorations as we can. We just want to make that very clear. I'm concerned about the Climate Smart Commodities Program and what we're hearing about climate smart farming and marketing. In general, if you could speak on that, what we can expect in terms of loss of funding. I know it's been put on pause, but also the effect on our soil health work. Because the work that we are doing on soil health and climate resiliency is very important, and it has had widespread support across the board. And I would hate to see our soil health work be impacted by these cuts. So if you could tell us a little bit about what's happening on Climate Smart. I realize, you know, all things climate are under the microscope, but some things are just foundational to the work that we're doing on for agriculture.
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. Again, there's more unknown than known at this point. You know, the new administration is still filling out personnel, and hearings are happening for leadership at USDA and FDA. I will say that the Climate Smart Commodities Program, which was a project between DEC, Ag and Markets, Cornell University, and SUNY ESF, was about a $60 million project for New York State. Has been paused by the government in Washington. That doesn't mean it's canceled. I don't know other than it's paused. It's a concern because this was a good effort.
I'm
I will
sorry,
say,
Commissioner, could you repeat the name of the program that's on pause?
Climate Smart Commodities.
Oh, you're still on that? Okay.
Yeah, and we applied for that some 3 years ago with our partners at DEC, SUNY ESF, and Cornell. Great program. Some funding has been out there to research how better to achieve that on our farms and in our research. So we know that's been paused. But again, we're waiting to see, you know, who are going to be the people we deal with in Washington, who is going to occupy those posts at USDA. I will say that I'm encouraged. I know 3 commissioners who are taking undersecretary positions who are personal friends. So I think we'll have an avenue there. But we got to let the dust settle here and just figure out what will continue to be funded and what may be cut or called back. I am encouraged that in New York, we have decades of progress on environmental issues. We've been looking at water quality and air quality on our farms for decades. And the programs we have, supported by this governor, supported in Climate Resilient Farming Program, which is a New York program completely, our work with NRDC and our work with our soil and water conservation districts is very strong. We've got a great tradition, and we'll be able to keep going here in New York State.
Thank you, Commissioner. A sensitive topic that I'm weighing into carefully. You and I and most of us in this room have discussed workforce shortages on our farms. How concerned are you about what we're beginning to see in the country at the moment regarding New York farms and their preparedness to keep their operations going?
You know, probably if someone asked me what was the most limiting factor to growing New York agriculture, I would say labor supply. We've seen that happening over a period of decades, frankly, and we saw it really accelerate after COVID-19. We'll be watching very closely the concerns around immigration that we're hearing. In the prior administration, this president took a strong stance on immigration. I would say that for New York as a farmer, as a farm worker when I was 20 years old, that limiting factor is pretty strong. And we know that somewheres in New York between 40 and 50% of our farm workers, construction workers, restaurant workers, daycare workers do not have proper documentation. So this is a concern. We saw back in that first administration a 270% increase in ICE activity and Border Patrol raids on New York farms. And that was a very difficult time for New York agriculture, particularly dairy. So we're watching this very closely, you know. How does this play out? We know that we have some raids happening over the weekend in Western New York. Don't know the facts yet, but we're going to watch this very closely. I would just say that this has been the availability of a legal guest worker program has not been thoughtfully addressed since Ronald Reagan was president. It's been decades of being kicked down the road. We do need an answer here. We do need to have a legal workforce. Agriculture wants one. But we know that a high percentage of the workers that are currently here doing work on agriculture and construction and restaurants do not have proper documentation. That needs to be addressed.
Thank you. It's somewhat frustrating when so many people are unaware that these workers are by and large law-abiding, tax-paying folks who are supporting our communities in a very important way. And so I'm very worried about our ability to maintain a strong agricultural economy in New York State in the light of this. So hopefully we can stay in close contact with all of us to figure out what we can do in response. I know that some of my colleagues here are going to raise the issue of avian flu because there's a serious concern right now across the state, but certainly down in Suffolk County as a result of this duck farm. I don't want to take away from my colleagues, but because I have probably a little more time than they do, I was wondering if you could give the big picture on avian flu, and do we have enough resources in this budget to address the concerns?
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, we've got 2 things around avian flu that are worrisome. You know, one is the dairy, you know, the fact that high-path AI has jumped from poultry and wildfowl to dairy animals. We do not have that in New York State. It's confined currently to 17 states. The only increases that we've seen recently in the last 30 days have been in Michigan and in California. So we're successfully, through our emergency order process and the USDA, been able to thus far keep that out of New York. So that's one issue. The traditional high path AI, if there is such a thing, brought in by migratory birds. Last time we saw it here was in 2022, but as you know, it has reared its head across the country again. It's in the migratory flyways brought in by birds as they migrate back to their summer grounds. It's happening across the United States. It has hit us in Long Island. We're looking at 2 presumptives, one in the Hudson Valley and another in Western New York. It's something we take very seriously. We identify very quickly. We work very closely with USDA APHIS on this, and we're active on Long Island in dealing with the issue there. It's life or death for poultry. The only solution is depopulation, sanitation. There is indemnification in that from USDA, but obviously taking somebody out of business for a period of time is not a real big solution there. So we work very closely with our partners at USDA. We have one of the best state vets in the country, Dr. Joy Bennett, who works for us at the department. She's got a great team, great staff, and we have a very working, positive relationship with USDA APHIS on that. So we're riding herd on it and paying very close attention to it, but it is a terrible situation for a poultry producer to be in.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I'll have a couple questions on a second, but a quick question for the Parks Commissioner. To what extent is your agency striving to meet our goal to have more New York-based, New York-sourced products available in your parks? I have heard some concerns from some of our beverage producers on Long Island, for example, about their desire to have more access to the parks. But I was just curious what your overall approach has been.
Yeah. So certainly New York products are available in select state parks. We've had active conversations to improve that at various destinations, but also working with our concessionaires to mandate some level of New York products in our parks. Very important to us, and many conversations have been had, and at least certainly in the last year, many years, as we increase the number of parks that are holding New York products, certainly.
Thank you. Hopefully we can continue talking about this.
Looking forward to that, absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Serrano, Chair of Parks and, Historic Districts. I always get that wrong. I apologize. Say your full name here.
Thank you. Senator Jose M. Serrano here. As Chair of Parks, I will direct my questions to Commissioner Pro Tem Randy Simons. It's good to see you. It's good to be here with all of my colleagues talking about the importance of our state park system. I really enjoyed our meetings over the summer during and actually throughout the 2024 centennial for our state park system. And it really, I think, gave us a moment to pause and think about how important our parks and green spaces are to our everyday lives. I myself, as a user of state parks, believe wholeheartedly that they are transformational, that they provide things that are important for our mental health, our physical well-being, and for society as a whole. It makes us less stratified as a community. Over the years, my wife and I raising 2 children, as you know, we try whenever we can to be in a state park. And I did teach my son, who's in college now, but I remember teaching him how to swim at Bear Mountain Pool, which is indeed one of the most historic pools in your system. You know, when you visit a state park, you see how important they are, but you also notice that they've been around for a while, and that there's always need for work, infrastructure, what you can see, what you can't see. But again, I always turn back to the importance and the necessity of connecting more and more communities to parks, giving folks throughout New York an understanding that the parks are for them, that hiking is for them, that camping is for them, trying new things like that, all of the facilities that are available. So in your testimony, you mentioned New York Bricks, and New York Plays, which I'm assuming are geared towards expanding folks' interactions with parks. So can you talk a little bit more about the efforts that you have to connect more people to parks?
And that's the very mission of this initiative, right? You know, in a digital world, the more we are connected to each other, the more we are really disconnected in many cases from relationships with one another. Under Unplug and Play, New York Swim certainly, you know, last year we did a $150 million grant program, and it was grants to municipalities to improve swim infrastructure, elevate the idea of perhaps building new or repair and refurbishing swim infrastructure for the very important reason of a sense of pride and accomplishment, particularly our youth. I'm mindful, we celebrated graduation day at one of those programs in the Bronx. You were with us at Bear Mountain. And a 7-year-old little girl came up to me and said, I didn't think I would ever learn how to swim. I thought that was for other people. And it was this program that brought that opportunity to her community. And very much like New York Plays, right? It's now the very same thing, but we are grants to municipalities to invest in playgrounds, giving families, giving parents and children opportunities to say, you know what? Life is not on a device. Life is outdoors. And BRIC's the same way. Community centers, true community engagement, true community connection. Our parks, we're expansive. We're all across New York State, more than 250 properties. But by providing grants to municipalities, this almost assures the opportunity that no matter where you live, within a stone's throw, there's an opportunity to take advantage of this historic investment into the outdoors, into parks. We're particularly proud of the successes of New York Swims. And in the second round, we're looking forward. Second round will open up also to not-for-profits, and we think Plays and BRICS will do the very same thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Pro Tem. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the flagship parks throughout the state of New York. You mentioned 88 million visitors in 2024. Year over year, we're seeing increased visitorship, and that's wonderful. But the parks then take a lot of use. During the pandemic, we saw that our parks were our refuge. They were, and brilliant that parks kept them open during the darkest days of the pandemic. The parks became the place that we went to recreate, to be with our families, to still build memories in a very dark time. So when I think about, as a New Yorker, I'm born and raised in the South Bronx, going to Lake Welch was a wonderful afternoon on a Sunday if you could do it. Getting up to Harriman State Park, the hiking trails, and so on and so forth. What are we doing to keep up with the capital projects in these places, with Sebago's, to ensure that Lake Welch is not overpacked? You have Sebago up and running, and also ensuring that we're teaching our park patrons to be stewards of the parks. Because with increased usership, we want to make sure they remain clean and accessible for all. What are we doing to increase stewardship?
You know, I think the Centennial came at just the right time. A historic investment in our parks. It is truly great to see. It is much needed. We sort of, and I don't know if it's returning, but it's more of a focus on the core needs of our parks, right? The safety of the public projects that you come to expect are just going to be done, right? You know, the roads and the parking lots and, the parks are taken care of. At $200 million, we think that we can properly provide the TLC to these parks. But put the investment aside, and we need people, right? Our people truly, you hear the old adage that some might be a Jack or Jill of trades, but a master of none. Our team is truly a master of many trades in our system, but they can't do it alone. It takes incredible partnerships. We're fortunate to have incredible partnerships across the state. From the OSIs and the Parks and Trails and the Scenic Hudsons, but our volunteer groups, 85 strong. We just welcomed them all out together in October to get them together to really advocate and talk about more where the shared mission can align. And I think, from post-pandemic, I think no longer is it a talking point of what parks mean in their communities to the physical and mental wellness. I think many just now wake up and say they mean a lot in my community, and I need to now find time on my own personal calendar to ensure that I'm doing my part to help maintain them. I Love My Park Day, first Saturday every May, is a good start to that, and we've incorporated sort of those mini I Love My Park Days in different regions to further improve the stewardship across our system.
Thank you, Commissioner Pro Tem. My final question has to do with the state of our lakes. I love swimming in lakes. I think it's a wonderful thing if we could do it, but I know over the last couple of years, you've been dealing with algal blooms in a number of lakes. A lot of conditions probably out of your control, climate change and other things. But I just wanted to know, have we started to get a good handle on these? Will we see all of our lakes open this summer despite the potential for algal blooms?
And Lake Welch is a perfect example of that. You know, 2 years ago, we had a harmful algal bloom that basically shut down swim season at our largest public bathing beach in our state for a community that didn't have many other options to cool in the summer. So we're looking at different projects, and we're looking at new technologies. I'm particularly proud of the technology that we instituted at Lake Welch. We're pioneering in some technology to see if this is, if not a solution, it can be part of a solution to lessening the impact of these blooms that are showing up in many cases in spaces that they never showed up before. We pioneered some solar technology at Lake Welch. And we went from being closed for almost the entire summer to being closed just 2 days the following year. Is that the solution? More data is needed, but we've been working with DEC and our partners, at ESF to formalize some of the data to see if these are solutions. And when you look at, the Sebagos, right, looking at projects that will lessen the burden on a Lake Welch, which, believe it or not, closes as soon as 8 a.m. on a summer, weekend or weekday morning, and being the other alternative to not be turned away, but have another opportunity to seek a recreational experience nearby.
Oops. Thank you so much, Commissioner Pro Tem. Always a pleasure speaking with you, and I thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Before I go on, I just want to say that we've been joined by Assembly members Stephanie Zinnerman, Al Sturpey, and Tommy John Scavone. Mr. Kim?
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your new role as the Chair of the Ways and Means Committee. We look forward to a successful budget season. And Commissioner, thank you so much for your testimony today. I look forward to your partnership, as well as Senator Serrano in the coming months as well. Thank you. Let me start off by just focusing on some of the capacity issues at the state parks. I mean, with tremendous demand, I would imagine we have capacity issues to continue to protect and strengthen our parks. Last year, there were 79 additional staff positions, full-time positions in the enacted budget. Have you been able to fill all those 79 positions?
Yes, and on the record here, even more so. We're very fortunate that people want to work at parks, and we can find the people for these positions.
Great. And you mentioned the 50 parks police officers. Last year, I believe we added 30 for state police. So I'm assuming we hired more than 30. What is the current size of the parks police right now?
The current size of the park police, so we were very fortunate for the first time ever under the governor. We held 2 academies. We just graduated the second one in a year span on January 3rd. The current size is 243. And we expect, the attrition rate by October of this year will probably drop us to 235, which is still a pretty confident number.
And is it sufficient, or do we need to continue to grow?
And we continue to assess the public safety. Obviously between park police, we think at this moment it is a sufficient size, but certainly working toward what is a number. We're trying to gather data to identify what is that force strength that is suitable for the park police.
Okay. And you also mentioned in the testimony the Ryder Cup. I think that's on a lot of people's minds. The golf course at Bethpage State Park will host the Ryder Cup in 2025. What's the status of the projects to prepare for the Ryder Cup, and how much have you spent on this effort so far?
You know, we're already marketing and promoting the Ryder Cup. You know, the PGA of America has already touted this as what will be the most significant golf event in the history of golf, which is a pretty heavy statement, and one we're prepared. Mass gatherings are no stranger to us. We excel in this manner from the air shows and the you know, the concert venues that we have. The majority of the projects will kick off in August of this year to start building out that infrastructure. And it was a partnership, an agreement with the PGA. But we invested only a couple million into these efforts, with the PGA picking up a lot of the other costs.
Got it. And is New York being compensated for hosting the Ryder Cup?
We have a deal with the Ryder Cup. We take a percentage of like hospitality profits, and we get sort of a base fee for hosting the Ryder Cup.
What's the base fee?
The base fee, I want to say, is 2.5 or 4 million, somewhere in that range. I can get that accurate number for you.
Okay, great, thank you. So according to New York Parks and Trails data and this kind of continues on my line of questioning about the Ryder Cup, for every $1 million we invest in New York State's park system, we generate up to $21 million economic benefits in sales, labor income, state GDP. That's a 2,100% return, or 21x on ROI. That's crazy. That's insane how much money we get back. Do you have a rough breakdown, a rough estimate on how much of the returns and revenues is based on in-state consumers and visitors versus out-of-state visitors?
A majority of our visitation is in-state. I can work with the team to identify like a closer breakdown to those numbers. When we look at the breakdowns, certainly, you know, look at our top revenue generators. VUF, as we call it, it's really the entry fee, the vehicle use fee, is our top revenue generator. Camping, concessions, and golf all round out like the top four. But certainly we can score some of the information you're looking for, particularly amongst the top four revenue generators, where that data might be accessible, yes.
Great, thank you. Well, do you have any qualitative data on what drives out-of-state visitors to spend time and money at our state parks? And you kind of touched on it, but based on do you do any feedback, any surveys on people who visit to get a sense of why they're driven to come drive so many hours to come to our state?
You know, we, working with our partners last year, we actually did a number of studies within our parks to learn more. Because one of the things that we want to do is not only identify some of the data why people are coming to our parks, is that once we acquire that data, what are we going to do with that data? You know, you just don't want it to sit off to the side and just be there. We want to be able to take it and provide value and shape sort of the direction we want to go. We launched our biggest marketing campaign in the agency's history last year with the Centennial. And when you look at parks, in many ways they're personal. Some are local destinations, some are regional destinations, and some are international, national and international destinations. For instance, like Niagara Falls, right? What drives that is the grandeur of Niagara Falls. But I think when you look at, the Long Island parks, it's the beaches, Thousand Islands, it's that lake experience. It's just some of the things that drive people to take. And I think people are certainly looking for affordability. And I think when you look at affordability, you can look at a 3 or 4 day weekend, in a trek through New York State, and it really is incredible the diverse experience and landscapes that we have going from one region to another. Some of which that we've heard back that I can't believe I'm still in the same state based on this 3-day trip I took from perhaps a Long Island out west in Western New York.
Yeah, I mean, so state parks have impact on hospitality, hotels, and restaurants, and all these concessions and vendors. But do the state parks generate revenue directly from fees and sales that they charge inside the parks? Like, is there about how much do we generate a year based on fees?
On revenue generation,
Yeah.
about 136 million. Based on certainly the top 4 revenue generators, and we have some minor revenue generators under there. But that's sort of about the amount that we pull in.
And is the governor planning to continue to waive fees on state swimming pools for the next cycle or season as well?
You know, and that's a discussion that is soon to be had. I think you certainly, you have to, I'd be most interested in looking at the balance of revenue generation, but also accessibility, particularly for communities that are typically underserved or disadvantaged communities. So you know, we are proud that we partnered and we received that revenue back in this year's budget for the fee waiver at the swimming pools next year. But with the double down on New York Swims, it's a discussion that that I'm happy to have with you. But we expect to have to determine you know, when and where is the right time to waive you know, revenue generators fees, but for the benefit of the physical and mental wellness of our communities.
But none of this is financed based on those fees. So it's not, in other words, it's not bonded out based on those fees.
Correct.
Right, so this is something that we have discretion over.
Correct, we
in the
do.
future. The $50 million for New York Swims that's being proposed this year, is this new round of funding identical to the last in terms of the parameters and program parameters?
Right, so last year was a $150 million program, this year's 50. It's the same parameters, although this year we're including not-for-profits as eligible candidates to come in, maybe work with the municipality, but opening up to those organizations as well.
Got it. And did the first round of New York Swims award any floating pools? And what are exactly floating pools?
We have we call it a crib pool, but it's a floating type pool that we're installing at Sojourner Truth State Park. No, not to my knowledge. In the first round, were there any floating pools that municipalities had requested the funding for? I'll double confirm that. But it was that was sort of an outlier, and I think what you saw with the first round of 150 million, and likely you'll see again, is many municipalities just needed a repair or refurbishment on existing infrastructure. You heard a lot of stories of leaking X amount of thousands of gallons or hundreds of gallons a day in their local pools, and this aimed to repair that for them.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Just like the senator, I'm raising my young 3 girls in the state parks, and I've spent a lot of time in upstate in the summertime. James Bear State Park, one of my favorite places to go, and play some golf as well while the kids play on the side. So I know the economic. I've seen firsthand the economic impact these facilities have in that community and beyond. So I look forward to working with you in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we call the next senator, I want to let people know that we were joined by Senator Natalia Fernandez and Senator Shelley Mayer, and I think we have additional assembly members.
Yes, we do. We've been joined by Assembly members Billy Jones and Paula Kay.
I acknowledge one, Chair.
Yes.
We've also been joined by Assemblywoman Mary Beth Walsh.
Okay, so now we're going to turn it to Senator Borrello, 5 minutes, ranker on agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to direct my questions as ranker on ag to Commissioner Ball, and if I have any time left. Commissioner, first of all, thank you for being here. I particularly appreciate your experience as a farmer and an agribusiness owner, and the impact that has had, a positive impact that has had in your ability to oversee ag and markets. I truly appreciate that, and it has been a great help to the farmers that I represent in my district. My concerns, I have a few, but my first concern is we have a lot of regulations that have a negative impact on farmers and other small businesses. Particularly right now, we're wrangling with these new wetland regulations. Now, wetland regulations have been essentially redefining what is considered a wetland, and that has had, I'm hearing this a lot from property owners around our recreational lakes like Chautauqua Lake. I guess my question is, how do we balance those new, expanded wetland regulations against the needs of our farmers and our ability to have productive farmlands? Because they're talking about, having to do new permits and potentially have an impact on the ability to build new structures within, now newly designated wetland areas. So just curious if you had any thoughts on that.
Well, sure. We work in the environment and farmers every day, so wetlands is a big concern. It's, in most cases in New York, it's a national, a federal concern, and what's coming out of Washington with regards to those regulations kind of moves and changes, ebbs and flows, if you'll forgive the pun there. But I think that, today I'm happy to say that at the Department of Agriculture, we've never had a better relationship with DEC in my history of farming in New York State. So if we have a question, an issue about a wetlands and a delineation or anything of that sort, we're able to sit down and talk through it and figure out what the best outcome is for the farmer. Having said that, our work again together with DEC when we look at those regulations and water, and we've got decades of history of working together on that, both with our CAFOs, our large dairy operations, nutrient management, et cetera. So we're actually in a pretty good place right now in New York with that regard. We'll wait to see if we'll see any big changes coming out of EPA in the near future. I expect some changes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I agree with your relationship with DEC has been beneficial, particularly when we're looking at, the expansion of things like Great Lakes cheese. So I appreciate the relationship that you have and the partnership so we can balance the environmental needs with the needs to maintain agribusinesses. So that being said, moving on to solar proliferation. I know the chairwoman just touched on that, but I have many concerns still. We have in Chautauqua County and in the town of Ripley, 3,000 acres of farmland that is now going to be solar fields. I'm concerned about runoff from those solar fields, as well as the fact that it's taking up valuable farmland. We've got plenty of brownfields in New York State. We've got closed landfill cells and everything else. I don't know why we have to take up good farmland for this, other than I know it's easier and they make more money doing that, more profit from that. So with that being said, can you, agrivoltaics is something that people keep talking about. Right now, from what I can tell, all it is letting sheep graze under solar panels. Can you tell me where we really are with agrivoltaics and how we can use that as a complement, hopefully?
Yeah. Obviously, we'd like to try to solve this and figure out how to make it work for everybody. I think we farm about 7 million acres of land in New York State, and having just experienced a pandemic, I think we all recognize that New York better have a food system right here in the state. Let's not depend on another country, another region for our food. And so that farmland is even more important to us today than it's ever been. So I think with that in mind, we need to look very carefully at solar. We've been able to work with our partners in energy at NYSERDA, and we talked with the PSC, and we've been able to extract, I shouldn't say extract, but come to an agreement with an MOU with NYSERDA to look at how do we avoid, minimize, or mitigate the impact of solar on actively farmed land, in particular our top 4 tiers of soil. So we're pursuing that. We refine that on a regular basis, but so many times it would be just as good to look down the road at that 100 acres that's not being actively farmed, that has rocks on it, not the actively farmed land.
Okay.
So we'll continue to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
The ranker on agriculture, Assemblymember Teague.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, everybody, and our guests that are here this morning. Thank you very much. My questions are going to be towards the Commissioner of Agriculture, my neighbor, Richard Ball. First of all, I just wanted to say happy to see that we raised the Nourish New York program. We're not at 75 million yet, Commissioner, but we're getting there, and I appreciate that. One question I had, you mentioned during your statement, some of the money that's being invested at the state fairgrounds. You had mentioned something about the dairy buildings, but I was just wondering, are we revamping the sheep and goat barns as well at the state fair?
Yes, actually, we've got, the plans are at OGS right now. They've been approved, and we're going to be acting on that sheep and wool center at the fairgrounds.
Okay, that's great, because they were in some pretty rough shape over the last few years, and it's one of the complaints I get from mothers and fathers of some of the young folks that show at the fair. The other thing I want to touch on, and Senator Hinchey did as well, but I want to talk about the Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act. Has the department undertaken any effort to study and/or alleviate some of the economic difficulties that this has caused?
Well, we have the overtime tax credit that the governor proposed a year ago now.
Well, that's kind of my reasoning for answering that question, because all I hear from our farmers is that it's very confusing. It's not exactly what they thought it was going to be. So although the tax credit has been enacted to help offset the cost of this act, the big problem that I see is that it does not solve the front end. You know, the cash flow issues increased, the increased labor and payroll costs. So what else can we do?
Well, I think we're looking forward to the solution that's going to make it work for all farms across the state, regardless of their management entity. I would point out that we did have an early release. Farmers could apply to get an early return on that in July. And we put together a website. It was very easy for a farm to access that, sign up for it. I have to tell you, 63 farms took advantage of that. 63 farms. And they got their money within 2 weeks of it being approved by us and by the Tax and Finance. And about $1 million went out the door in September for those farms. It looks to me as though most farms are waiting till the end of the year at tax time to actually get their accounting in and get the overtime tax credit, the refundable tax credit back to them. So I think we're still too early in the process to know the right answer to dial that in. Initially, we heard farms wanted to do it 4 times out of the year. They wanted it sooner. But the fact is, in the middle of summer, we only had 63 farms ask for that.
Well, I could alleviate the whole problem. We should have just kept it the way it was. You and I can agree to disagree about that, but we should have left it. 73% of the farmers in the state of New York were against moving to this new practice as well. But I'll move on. I want to touch on how many farmers have come to you expressing specific desire to install solar or wind energy products on their farmland?
I've had a handful. The majority are not farmers who come to us with a proposal.
How many developers would you say are aggressively pushing such products on our farmland owners?
I would say that of the notice of intent that we get at the Department of Agriculture about proposed solar projects, I would say 95% or more are coming from solar developers.
And are the farmers that are coming to your agency looking for some advice, are they given adequate support and resources to make sure that they can make informed decisions with these situations?
They do. Our land and water people are very good at this subject.
All right, and then I got a little bit of time left before the buzzer rings, but we've talked about this before, but do we know how much farmland in terms of acreage has been lost to wind or solar energy development within the last 5 years?
Well, we're going to accurately look at that in this budget here, looking at the loss of farmland from a variety of sources. There's no doubt there has been some tier 1 through 4 actively farmland that has been lost to solar development.
That's my biggest concern, Commissioner, is that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And we talk about food security throughout this state. We can sustain ourselves here, but we surely can't if we have no farms. As Farm Bureau says, no farms, no food.
We share that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our second ranker for, Parks, Cultural Affairs, et cetera, Jim Tedesco, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners, for being here today and for your testimony and so often coming to visit me and my constituents in the 44th Senatorial District and inviting me to be there with you and bringing good news, usually. So I really appreciate that. You know, you're probably aware of the fact, because we are here, if we've been to these budget hearings often, that when we start the year and we have the budget, a lot of words start to emanate around the Capitol here. And usually they give you an indication of the direction we're going. And sometimes one word rises to the top here at the budget. And you probably can guess what that one word has become here in the Capitol and in New York State. I say tongue-in-cheek, and probably not that seriously, but if I had $1 for every time I heard the word affordability in New York State this year, we wouldn't have these hearings because we could balance this budget and budgets into the future. I think my question to you is, because I believe that if we're going to reach affordability, and this is coming down from our leaders here, the governor of New York State and many of our colleagues, and all of us know that's important, extremely important. We're going to have spending priorities, serious spending priorities, not based on an election coming up, but based on creating a better quality of life for our constituents, and has been said by the leaders here, leaving more money in taxpayers' pockets, not maybe generating that money from them directly and giving it back to them, but talking about tax cuts, which we're very supportive. We've been talking about those from my conference, and as ranker, I think that's important holistically. But I would ask you, because I'm probably believing that as commissioners, your groups, the governor has reached down to you and said, help me with this goal of affordability. Help me to find out what we can do through the great parks and recreation we have, through the historic sites where people come to visit, because there's restaurants and there's hotels where people are staying, generating money from small businesses and developing that, and the farmers we have and the great products they produce and the jobs they create. We had some pretty good tax dollars that came in, sales tax money that came in this past year. As you interact with the governor, and I'll ask you this question, what would be your direction or top priority to help her achieve those goals of affordability in New York State through your activity in terms of keeping people in New York State, attracting people to come to New York State? We're a beautiful state. And I think you guys do a wonderful job in many areas, and our commissioners do too with what they have available to them. But 101,000 people left the state last year. So I do agree with the governor. Better late than never. We have an affordability problem. What would be the #1 priority you think you could do, or direction you could take as commissioners to help with her with that affordability problem and us in New York State?
And I can start there. For parks and recreation and historic preservation, accessibility. I think last year what you saw is when we waived fees at swimming pools all across our system, we saw a 36% increase. And mind you, that fee that we waived was $1 at some parks and upwards of $5 at other parks. When temperatures rose in that third week of June to above 92, 95 degrees for 4 straight days, we did also waive fees throughout the park system, that VUF, that vehicle use fee. And we saw attendance jump by 40%. And I think parks can be a litmus test for affordability. We are incredibly affordable, and some of the biggest things that we hear when we're out there with communities, there's been times where perhaps, with inflation or costs rising, we've had to consider maybe, jumping the cost on a base fee at a campsite. It could be 50 cents, and we hear about it. And it's a good understanding that what is affordable to perhaps me may not be affordable to many of those who live in New York State, and be conscious of that. And that's why we're incredibly sort of dedicated to making sure that parks remain affordable on many levels.
So about more people being available to invest in our parks at maybe lower income levels that some others can't.
And access our parks, in a number of different ways, yeah.
Thank you very much.
My colleague said accessibility, and I would have said connecting the dots between our agricultural community and a community that needs access to food in a bigger and better way. So I think we're on the same page there, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thoughtful
Appreciate
question.
it.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assembly Member Mary Beth Walsh for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My question is for Commissioner Simons, and it has to do with the 250th anniversary of the Revolutionary War and those events that are starting to take place. I represent Saratoga County, and one of the things that has come back to me is that there's a lot of disappointment that the governor's budget has not made any investment in the 250th celebrations that are being planned for the area. And that's in contrast to other states, like New Jersey has made an investment of $25 million, Virginia, $20 million, South Carolina, $5 million. And so really, I'll ask the question, and then I'd really love your feedback. But, you know, New York State was the site of so many crucial events leading to the creation of our nation, including the battles of Saratoga in 1777. You know, military buffs, patriotic Americans, people from around the world are even expected to be coming to Saratoga County and other places around New York State to help mark these events, including at the battlefield, to learn and to celebrate. And this won't only just be a point of pride for New York State, but also if we do it well, it'll generate tourism revenue. So will you advocate for New York State to invest in this important, once-in-our-lifetime commemoration? You know, it's just a little bit embarrassing that New York State appears to be investing nothing while other states who can't claim as much history as we do are doing so much more. So I'd love your feedback on that.
And thank you for that. And I appreciate that as co-chair of the 250th Commemoration Commission. You know, we're confident. We're confident New York State will deliver a robust commemoration, certainly with available resources. I'll say we're just at the beginning of the budget process. You know, and certainly we'll, of course, be happy to continue to discuss, you know, legislative priorities along the coming weeks and coming months. But you know, you know, we half of our historic sites are tied to the American Revolution, you know, in many ways. We are particularly proud of the launch of our kiosk program. You know, we launched this at Washington headquarters. We have 20 more that will debut at historic sites and state parks across the state. And this really is, you know, sort of, you know, the storytelling of the 250th, but telling it from multiple perspectives. That Our Whole History Initiative. So certainly it is something that is just the start of it. You know, I could get a list of capital projects too at many of our historic sites. But the Commemoration Commission, we kicked off. We have our next meeting in March. And we have a strategic plan that is imminent, and I think that you'll find many of the recommendations might, you know, cover some of the concerns you raised here today in the lead up to the 250th.
Thank you. Senator Chris Ryan. 3
Thank
minutes.
you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. A question to Commissioner Bally. We talked about the fair. In 50th District, Chris Ryan, City Center, 50th District, thank you. Home of the great New York State Fair, I might add. So with that said, very happy to hear about obviously the capital improvements, but I know that's abroad, but hopefully we can get a little bit more into the weeds. Could you elaborate just a little bit beyond? I know we talked about outdoor place, concert venue, but can you get a little bit more specific on it?
Sure, yes. Well, welcome aboard, first of all. Thank you. Look forward to working with you out in your county.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're looking at a variety of projects. Certainly, I've heard it characterized that we're looking to add more concerts at the fair, which is not the case. We did put a substantial investment in that area over the last 10 years, pretty significant. For example, the Expo building, which prior to COVID was booked for the entire year. And we're now working on getting back up to having that be a more year-round experience for people. So we're anxious to accelerate the number of horse shows that we have at that fair and that building. And I would say we recognize over the last few years some needs for upgrades to the building to accomplish that goal around electrical outlets and things like that. So we're working with OGS on that. But we're also looking at the whole western end of the fair. We have the pond there now. We've got the villages. I don't know if you had an opportunity to visit the villages. We had a central location for them at the western end of the fair, where we had the Asian village, we have the Indian village, and we had you know, the Latino village there. We've had the Black experience on the other end of the fair, but tying together and making that a more significant event and having their own stage and place to recognize that. That's our youth end of the fair in a very big way, the 4-H building, the FFA proposed buildings. That's an opportunity to invest in agriculture with our youth. So those are some of the things that we're thinking about, and along with some capital improvements that we need to do. We got to finish that sheep barn and get those other buildings up and running.
Well, that's, good news, and I think we really need to look at it in the context of an economic driver.
Sure.
We certainly need to utilize that facility or the whole entire experience. Hopefully, because I think it can create tourism. I think it could be a good economic development driver. I'd be really anxious to hear about some priorities going forward, how we could best utilize that for the region. So expect good things to come.
Sure. Well, we've made a very direct move to make agriculture the centerpiece of the fair again. And I tell all our ag groups, all our commodity groups, if you had a chance to talk to 1 million people, which is what we'll attract just in those 13 days, what would you want to say to them? So it's a great opportunity for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assembly Member Steve Otis for 3 minutes.
There we go. And it's good that my clock did not start till the green light went on. Commissioner Ball, thank you always, every year, for your thoughtful answers to the questions that come your way and the great job that you do. And for all of that, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask a question of state parks. But I want to, I've heard you over many years, and the quality job you do is appreciated by everybody. So thank you. Commissioner Simmons, a question about a great program at State Parks, which is the growing of EV charging access in State Parks parking lots for visitors, and we've been updated over the years on that program. If you could update us on where we are today and how that continues to grow at State Parks.
So it's something certainly that we have been drilling in on more heavily. Right now, we have really been concentrated on improving our own fleet. I think we're upwards of 15% of our light-duty fleet is certainly electric in nature, renewable. And we're looking at sort of the next goal is sort of those charging stations within our parks. There are a select few where they are housed. And the next conversation is public versus our own fleet and the needs for them. But I think you see us around a 15% number right now, with the idea that the number will continue to grow because of the nature of where we need to be, certainly to do our part.
That's great, and that's certainly, I think, an added attraction for people to come to parks, but also with the growing adoption of EV vehicles, it's something that we should be doing at not just state parks, at every state facility where there's parking, and grow that. So thank you with that. We love our state park system and your whole team at State Parks. Keep up the good work, and I will yield back the rest of my time.
All right. Sorry. Thank you very much. Sorry, these are tricky. Senator Natalia Fernandez.
Supposed to be green, okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for being here. My question is to Commissioner Ball. In the state fiscal year 2024-25 enacted budget, the governor had given $1 million for beginning farmers and $1 million appropriated for socially and economically disadvantaged farmers. We see that that is the 1.3% of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Now, this year, she has discontinued those programs. Can you provide any information on on the programs this funding has supported and the status of projects funded through these programs? And what organizations has the department partnered with to distribute the grant funding for socially and economically disadvantaged farmers?
Yeah, thanks for that. This has been a long effort. We started this after the USDA NASS statistics had come out in 2018. And we saw the numbers of Black farmers, for example, Latino farmers. We saw those numbers drastically changing, and we sought to address that. So I'm happy to tell you that it's not in her budget this year because we have reappropriations of over $4 million available to us. We had to go through a fairly lengthy process of finding administrators to put the program out. So the initial funding a couple years ago was spent getting them up to speed, getting them certified, getting them the 501c3 status that they needed to actually accept the money. I'm happy to tell you that the Beginner Farmer Work Group money, that has been, it's out there. That program closed, I think, a couple of weeks ago. Will be released, we'll have the grants released in January. So we've got the funding there. That was a legislative ad that you guys put in the last couple of years. It's much appreciated, but it will finally be able to get out the door here in the next coming months. So we've got over $4 million available to do that. Along the way, we now have Assistant Commissioner in charge of this subject area. We've got a website, outreach at agriculture.ny.gov. We have open calling hours, office hours, I should say, not calling hours, office hours, twice a month for people that are interested in it. And we expanded the scope of this program.
How many farmers have been awarded so far?
We're just getting to that point
we're
now
just
where farmers are getting awarded. But we worked with Black Farmers United and Northeast Farmers of Color to get that administrative work done. So the number of farmers that we've served in the last couple of years has been, we have been all across the state visiting farmers everywhere, including in the city, in urban farms, community farms. And I feel very good about this program. It's finally moving. The biggest challenge we had was the disconnect between the lending institutions, between land people, between education, and between navigating all the systems. All these socially disadvantaged groups didn't have access to that, and that has been solved.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. We've been joined by new Senator April Baskin. Welcome. Assembly.
Yes, Assemblywoman Anna Kellis, 3 minutes.
So quick question. This year, there was funding for $1 million for an agrivoltaics research program specifically to help us create best practices to ensure that we do maximize the agricultural production where we have solar. But that was not in this year's budget, and I'm curious if that is ongoing and where that is at right now, and whether there is an interest in adding that funding back in for the 30-day amendment.
Yeah, two things. One, that funding is ongoing at Cornell, one aspect of it. I think that's what you're referring to. The other aspect of it is that, separate from that, is Ag and Markets and NYSERDA with the technical working group are looking at this subject very intently, trying to decide what is, what isn't, what's feasible, what doesn't work, what could work.
Right, but this is ongoing. We've already put $1 million into it, and it was a 3-year, $3 million project, so I was curious.
Yeah. So I think what you're speaking about is the Cornell project.
Specifically, yeah.
Yeah.
For best practices.
It's ongoing.
Okay.
That's ongoing.
And I know farmers depend heavily on agricultural products, research funded by the state, and that's through Cornell CALS and their Capital Cornell program for tech research. That funding has been flat since 2009. I know that there's been a request by multiple entities who will be testifying today for $5 million for capital and $5 million for operating. Is that something that would be considered potentially for the 30-day amendment?
Well, we'll cross that bridge, but we do have funding in research at Cornell. It's pretty extensive. I get to sit on the CALS Advisory Committee for the dean. We invested some money in Kirk, the Ruminant Center at Cornell this year. That's in the budget.
Right. I know that if they just did an adjustment for inflation alone back to 2008, it would be $46 million that they would need. So the $10 million, $5 million for each is pretty nominal compared to that. I know that's something worth considering, I think. Just another quick question. To Parks, thank you so much. Then thank you so much, Commissioner Ball. I really appreciate it. You talked about the Parks officers. Is there an inclusion of the 20 million pension parity in this budget?
Not in this budget, no.
Okay. Because I know that has been causing huge issues and disparity between the two groups. And the 200 million that was put in the budget for Parks infrastructure, do we know what the actual need is?
Yeah, I think when you look at the 200 million, you're looking at our core, right? You're looking at, the foundational elements that sort of, that lift our park system up. But we're currently putting together, that short list. And I think you're going to see like, a 90% return rate on the core items, everything from the core infrastructure within our system to improve upon the expectations that visitors have.
Thank you so much to you both for all your great work.
Thank you.
Sorry. We have Senator Oberacker.
There we go. Green to go, I guess is what it says. So, Commissioners, thank you both for taking the time to come up here to Albany. It's always good on when it's not snowy and having to deal with that. So, and Commissioner Ball, please don't feel that I'm not addressing anything with you, but I'm going to direct my questions to Parks and Rec, so you get a chance to relax. So, Commissioner Simmons, thank you again for coming up. As somebody who has a bunch of parks in their district, in Otsego County where I live, we have Glimmerglass, Betty Wilbur State Park, Gilbert's Lake, and they're absolutely amazing. And one of the things you brought up was accessibility, which I found was the key word to that. We did a great job of a kayak boat launch at Glimmerglass. It's being used unbelievably. You've made a lot of people happy. Being a sportsman and one who would love to take my grandkids out onto Glimmerglass Lake in a more traditional role of taking them fishing, it would be really interesting if we could look at accessibility and getting a boat launch for those that are in that realm and opening up this absolute jewel of a wreck to those constituents. And I will tell this, I learned more from my grandfather fishing in a boat than I ever have anywhere else. So if you could do that, that'd be awesome. One other question I do have, and this is again for parks, and this pertains particularly to safety. I know we had some incidences at the state parks. I believe we've had a couple of deaths, which we've never had. And so one of the things I was concerned about is, with that, is there a continued, I'm sure there's a continued focus, but is there anything more that we would be doing at our state parks to kind of ramp up security? I'm a first responder, those type of things, is there a plan in place to address, because we're talking quite a few people coming hopefully for the Ryder Cup and things of that nature. Thank you.
And thank you for your service as a first responder, as the partnerships that we have with the emergency services, both from a state and local perspective, that really sort of help us all, partner in delivering, utmost public safety to our visitors. For the first time ever, we saw last year the governor invested $53 million towards just, improving safety infrastructure into our parks. We immediately got to work. We identified, 51 projects, 51 parks, I should say, that were in use of, everything from maybe license plate readers to, improve security, fencing and lighting, security cameras. And right now, those projects are everywhere from design to procurement to in the construction phase. And we are especially a reminder of our own personnel as well. I mean, it is, we painfully, now and again get reminders of the risks that are involved in providing for safe and enjoyable recreation. So we are looking at training, enhanced training across the board to make sure they have the resources they do to get their job done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblymember Scott Gray, the ranker on parks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here today. So first, I want to address Commissioner Simons. It says investing in parks, some of the language in the state, in the executive budget, $200 million, and it said substantial level of funding that will aid ongoing transformation of New York State's flagship parks. So first of all, I'd like to know where those parks are geographically, and perhaps you want to name what the parks are, but I'm looking for equity in terms of distribution of that $200 million as well. And then the other thing I want to talk about a little bit, if you can, is some of the grant programs, New York Bricks, New York Plays, New York Swims. A lot of those have language in there, again, that is targeting where that money is going to be directed to. And I'm really concerned that New York State taxpayers believe
that there's some sort of expectation that they're going to have some of their taxpayer money returned to their communities without parameters attached to them where it's going to be directed to other communities. So that everybody has a fair and equal opportunity to get some of those funds back. And then once you get done with that, Commissioner Ball, if you can just talk about NDAs with developers and solar farms and things like that. Should farmers be expected to have an NDA in those agreements? Do you support removing NDAs from those agreements so farm to farms know what they're being, how they're being played against each other? So, Neil, Commissioner, thank you.
No, I appreciate those questions. Very important to us. Equity across the board from a personal and professional capacity. Certainly believe in equity. I think when it comes to our capital funding. Those are extensive meetings with our regional teams. The regions get an allotted amount, set for their particular regions, and they will raise up the priority projects and we'll discuss. So certainly equity of our funding does get spread out. Certainly flagships, obviously are prioritized in many regions, but we have 250 properties, right? And we have to make sure that they are not only accessible, but they have the proper funding so we can accommodate all those who visit those parks as well. And when you look at the unplug and play, I think it's about elevating parks. Can be on the main stage, elevating New York State. And what we're finding in the conversations with communities is certainly the annual allotment we have of our parks goes a long way in repairing, refurbishing, and take the TLC on our own parks. But we're finding that in stressed budgets in municipalities, oftentimes parks and the arts are the first programs to go. And this really is, we are at a time because of the physical and mental wellness benefits that parks supply, we're at a time that the state can step in and the state can aid our communities in raising that profile. For swims, the swimming pool is not at the top of a local budget. In fact, that's why many of them were in disrepair, that we can provide a little assistance for them to say, how can I miss out on this funding coming to me? I will raise that to the top. And we're looking at playgrounds to get kids off their devices, giving them other opportunities, and the community center is putting a great concentration there as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a hot topic for certain. And frankly, New York State wasn't ready, the farm community wasn't ready, and our municipalities and county governments were not ready for the onslaught of developers with solar ideas. So those are technical, legal questions. I'll go back to our council on that. I think the best thing that we can do to serve the agricultural community is an educational one, and we've sent our land and water people out across the state to educate them on, some of the language that's in the agreement that's being put in front of them. There were all kinds of language issues and rights that farmers were giving up if they agreed to accept, $2,000 per acre per year for the next 20 years. That sounds pretty attractive, but some of them were very poor deals. So for us, I think it's very much continue to work with NYSERDA, continue to work with the technical working groups there, continue to educate our communities because we can't achieve our solar goals just on the back of farmland.
Thank you. And so just my remaining time, I'll back to Commissioner Simons. So I just offer you or ask you to look at your boat launches, especially your standalone boat launches. I know we talked offline here. They're in a struggle to get funding and get adequate attention from both staff and financial resources. So we have a lot of standalone boat launches. They're very important to fishing and other activities.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry to cut you off. Our ranker for finance, Tom O'Mara, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Commissioner Ball, in particular, thank you for your many years of service to this great state and your continued service. I want to thank you for your comments earlier in regards to support for industrial hemp. I'm still very hopeful on that industry in New York and that we get some traction on that in addition to the other uses of hemp. But the industrial stuff is extremely important and promising, I believe. And also to your efforts on making sure we protect farmland. in light of the ever-expanding solar industry in New York and eating up farmland across the state. So look forward to your continued review and guidance on that, so thank you for that. A couple of specific questions on some line items. See a 61% cut to the New York State Apple Growers Association. Last year was a devastating year to the crop for the apple industry in New York State. Can you explain to me why we're cutting that association by $760,000 this year, a 61% cut?
I believe that was, am I correct? That was your folks' good work on adding that funding there. The governor came in at the same level this year as she did last year. That reflected your inputs. And again, this budget is really, the governor's budget is the starting gun, but we rely so much on your input in the Senate and the Assembly for things that are important to you. But that was legislative ad and worth considering again, for sure.
Do you agree that the apple crop in New York took a big hit last year because of some weather incidents of, I think, hail and frost?
I visited some farms in your area last year, and we've had some challenging years recently. You know, we set a record for the number of tornadoes in New York State in one single day last year. We set flooding records. I was in your neighborhood looking at some pretty big devastation there, so absolutely. And I think it's not just a state issue, it is a national issue. You know, the national crop is also facing pretty significant surplus as a result of some trade decisions that have been made over the recent years.
Thank you. And I was going to get to commenting on your visit to Canisteo and the post-flooding. I thank you very much for that and your leadership in that. And certainly our agriculture industry across and farmers across the southern tier appreciate your work on this. Another significant area that's seen a significant line item cut is the New York Farm Viability Institute with over a $1 million cut, a 53% cut. Is that the same thing where we need to fight to get that back in the legislature, one of these fights we have every year?
Well, at least at this level, yes. That was, that was your legislative ad last year. We support the Farm Viability Institute, and actually we fund them in some alternative ways with small, not small, but specialty block grant funding and some projects that they have subscribed to us. So we believe in the viability of farms in New York State.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll move on my remaining time to Commissioner Simons. Thank you, and it was great to see you at Stony Brook this summer.
Yes.
For that, a couple questions on the funding for ORDA, particularly in the ski resorts, particularly focusing on recreational skiing, cross-country, downhill. There's an $85 million capital appropriation, increase of $15 million, 21% to ORDA, another line of $25 million, an increase of $12.5 million, 100% increase on that line for ORDA. Olympic facility things, but I think that also encompasses recreational skiing facilities as well. Can you break that out on what of that is going towards traditional recreational industry and what we're doing in this state to help all the private industries that we have? And I support ORDA and these facilities, but it's very unfair competition when we send hundreds of millions of dollars to these state-owned ski facilities, which are fantastic, and I'm a skier, but we've got other great private facilities that we can't even get tax breaks on energy for them to make snow. So can you address the fairness of that competition, so to speak, between these?
You know, and it's a great question, a very fair question. I'd like to take some time to investigate that further. We were discussing that very thing just the other day. You know, parks are communities, right? Parks are partners in many aspects, and we try to elevate, our agency to assisting communities in a number of different ways. But I'm happy to drill in much deeper on that idea, and I get back to you with a more firm answer when we have some more time to discuss.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assembly Member Carrie Werner.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's always a pleasure to see you both. Commissioner Ball, could you give us an update on the meat processing plant grants? Were there applications made? Are they moving forward?
On the New York grants?
Yeah.
They are all out. They're all out the door. And it was a $5 million program. I think we were oversubscribed. I think we were able to reward 26 different entities, some funding there. But we spent that money. It's out the door and doing good work. So that was a tremendous success.
Great. Do we need to do more of this? Where are we on capacity for meat processing?
Well, I'm going to make the senator smile, but I think it was a great program, and it identified a real weakness in New York State's supply management of, meat products. We saw on the federal side, there was over $1 billion put forth to advance processing around the country. Too much of it is centered in one part of the country. But we had very little takers. Maybe it was because of the federal government and the complexity of dealing with them and the complexity of the grants. But we did not have success with that, even though we called every processor in the state, USDA or Custom, and tried to convince them to go that way. But the state monies went out very quickly in a rapid period of time and made a difference. It continues to make a difference.
So it has expanded our capacity.
Yeah, I think
Terrific. You talked about the state fairs, and I know that in the past we've done capital programs for county fairs to help them upgrade their infrastructure. We didn't do one last year because there was still money that had not been applied for yet. Where are we on the need for an additional capital fund for county fairs?
I have mixed feelings about this one because we still have funding available through the 4 rounds that the legislature approved for funding there. And I have to say, so much of it is laying on the shoulders of both a little bit of many of these smaller fairs are volunteer organizations, may not have the expertise to navigate New York's SFS system or what used to be called Grants Gateway. So at the department, we've dedicated a group of people to helping hold the hands and walk people through the process. That's been the holdup largely, but we still have funding available to do that. On the other side of the fence, we do have funding also to help with transportation of intercity generations, rural kids to get to county fairs, to help them with marketing their fairs, and that's been very successful, appreciated, and that will continue. That we have additional funding for.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just looking through. Oh, hi, Senator Fahey. You've joined us. Might you have a question since it's senator time? Okay. 3 minutes for Senator Fahey.
Thank you. I stepped away for a while to head to conference, and so I apologize if this was already asked, and you can just tell me it was. But for Commissioner Ball, we've done a little work on conservation easements here locally with Guilderland, Town of Bethlehem, and I know a number of other areas have done conservation easements. Does that help? And is there something more that should be done with farmland protection and smart growth planning? And if you could answer that in relation to some of the debates that I know you referenced earlier to Senator Hinchey with regard to balancing and protecting farmland while moving on solar energy initiatives and more. So how can we do this in a way that makes it workable for all and is protecting some of our best farmland while also growing the land trusts and others, if you would?
Yeah, so great question, and in particular when it comes to this area. Everyone pretty easily recognizes the encroachment of suburbia onto farmlands and the need to protect that farmland. But what's less understood is community gardens, urban farms, they also have conservation problems. And so we've expanded our thinking to include those groups, which I think is excellent. I think the use of easements has proven and will prove to be an effective tool to help a beginner farmer, a new farmer, or a farmer that wants to expand, change their operation, to invest in it again. So those conversations are very live, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to look at it in your neighborhood in particular.
Thank you, and I'd love to pursue any of that a little further. They have been helpful here with at least giving options, particularly for very high desired land and developments, as you said, where there's encroachment as the capital region continues to grow. And then switching gears in my last few seconds, Commissioner Simons, just commend you on the veterans, the Life Liberty Pass, which is just wonderful. Can you just talk a little bit about accessibility to state parks for those who may not have cars? I know that your numbers keep growing, but physical accessibility remains a challenge in all of 20 seconds.
And so appreciate that question. It's something we've talked extensively on. We started piloting programs, City of Albany, Tompkins County, even down at Jones Beach, partnering with local public transportation units to increase visits to parks, Nature Bus in Tompkins and in Albany County. We are collecting data to see that success, but we think we can implement it elsewhere across the state.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
great.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assembly Member Ed Roth, ranker on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for parks, you mentioned the Ryder Cup, and I have a couple questions both pertaining to the Ryder Cup and to Bethpage in general. First, a lot of us downstate heard from constituents when the ticket prices came out. Obviously, there's a potential, this is a great international event, potential to have a great home course advantage, so to speak, for the USA in it. And people are concerned they're being priced out. Is there anything being done with regard to that?
Yeah, so we've had extensive conversations with the PGA, and we expect to offer, days that are significantly reduced, at the cost to the public to attend, some or part of that event. But it's something that is very much on our mind, being affordability. But we're having a lot of discussions, and we'll have some news on that shortly, sir.
Okay, and then with regard to Bethpage Park in general and the multiple golf courses there, I'm sure you're aware of this, but I recently, it was brought to my attention that there's a lot of concern that there are bots and computer programs that are taking advantage of the booking system and making it very difficult for people to get tee times. Somebody did a very detailed analysis of this and basically was seeing that, like on Bethpage Black, I think in particular, there was a tremendous amount of cancellations, which indicated maybe people are booking them and then canceling them if they can't sell them. And a lot of them were from out-of-state accounts, which my understanding is they're able only to book 5 days out as opposed to 7. So I'm wondering what the Parks Department is doing with regard to that issue.
So we have instituted sort of, putting tee times aside for walk-ups and also, spreading that across a number of different courses, the 5 different courses that we have. We are investigating that and, any misuse of our system, we're drilling in on to identify if there is a misuse of bots, and we'll take the appropriate action to reduce that opportunity.
Okay, and is there a particular anything or maybe something we should be looking at legislatively, in particular if somebody is not only using a bot but selling those tee times, which this is something that is a publicly owned course, taxpayers are paying for it?
Because of it's affectionately called the People's Country Club. Certainly, I'd love to sit down with the team and identify any concrete ideas. But it's a real problem. It's a real problem that we are looking into heavily. The People's course, the People's Country Club. We take great pride in that, and being that the Ryder Cup, we saw the PGA championship being held, the U.S. Open. It is a great venue, and it's a great venue to host these events because of the fans and the public that come out to it. And we need to make sure that they have the same accessibility to the course that everybody else has too.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I think we'll follow up with you and your staff with regard to that issue.
Absolutely.
One of my other Long Island colleagues wanted to ask about that there are trail projects within this budget, and he was just wondering exactly how that money is going to be doled out, how it's going to be implemented in doing the trails within our parks.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. We can, once finalized, we can share with some of the projects coming out of our own $200 million going towards trails. Trails are important, right? I think when you look at the governor's New York Plays, and it's a focus on traditional playgrounds, we will further expand that definition of what a playground is, and we think in many cases trails could falls into a category within our own thinking as we build out our capital programs because of sort of that mental and physical wellness, and particularly of our older youth, our teenagers, and all those who use our parks. We find that trail usage goes up each and every year.
Okay, great. Quickly for the ag side, I know you're aware there was this piece of legislation last year to try to make sure that farms could take advantage of the tax credit when they were, I guess, utilizing different entities with regard to their payroll that the governor ultimately vetoed. What's being done to make sure that these farms can take advantage of that tax credit, which I think is vital to them with the new overtime rules?
Right. Well, discussions are ongoing, and right now we're talking with the industry. It works very well for partnerships, sole proprietors. But when you get into some of the complicated management forms that we have on some of our dairy farms, there's concerns about the exact language. We want to make sure that the entity who is paying the payroll for their workers on their farm is the entity that gets the tax credits. And sometimes when there's management corporations involved, et cetera, it can get confusing. So that language being clarified.
Thank you. I think I'm next, 10 minutes as a chair. So I'm going to start asking every government commissioner who comes here a variation on this question, but I'll start with you with parks. So we have 22 federal parks in New York State. If the federal government starts to defund them, what is the impact on us? And what are we going to do about it? Because there's still parks in our state. We've faced similar situations in the past, with the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island, and we've been able to be a partner in maintaining and keeping them open. I think when you look at the magnitude of 22 parks, it's not a large number by any respect when you consider the size of New York, but it's an important number, and always open and willing to having conversations. Of course, that comes at a great cost, operational capacity, but we have many partnerships with our federal partners at other parks as well. It's a good relationship, and we like to think we're the great unifier, right? So maybe there's an outlier with parks and understanding, and most people can appreciate the benefits of outdoors, but we are watching and monitoring the temperature in Washington very closely. I think when we look at the history, parks, New York State, certainly has always been willing to put itself as a table as a partner and lead if need be. And I think that doesn't change with depending on the shift that may or may not happen. Thank you. I think the rest of mine are for the Ag Markets Commissioner. One, I think you already partly answered the question before about concerns about workforce on the farms, given current federal policy. Are there other concerns we ought to have for our agriculture sector because of changes in federal policy?
Well, we're going to watch this very closely. There's more to learn than we know today. We do have some reputable partners coming in, USDA, excited to see that, people that I know that we have relationships with, and largely it's relationships. Concerns around the climate, some of the programs that have been in place for the last several years. We were able to get advise Washington on a Nourish New York style program. It's called the LFPA. We were able to distribute, over $50 million worth of funding like Nourish has done through their funds and in New York State, which was great. I think that we're in the relationship business, and the funding that comes to us from FDA is for food safety, for doing testing, for inspections and things like that. These aren't just fun projects. These are actual work. We contract with the federal government at FDA, at USDA, to be on farms, doing inspections for them, carrying out the work that needs to be done. So it's not all fun and, here's extra money kind of stuff. It's actual tasks that we perform for them. So the nature of those and what goes around them, we have more to learn. Certainly Farm Bill, is this administration going to be able to get the Farm Bill done in a timely fashion, which is probably the most far-reaching, most impactful Farm Bill to New York State this time. So those are things we're going to watch closely. We just have to pay attention to because it's a little bit of the federal administration, a little bit of Congress.
So it's my understanding that when it comes to food safety, as far as, meat and other things, it has been the USDA responsible for inspections. So we know that we're now in the middle of an avian bird flu crisis. I just read about, I guess, the duck farm on Long Island having to, I believe, kill off its entire flock of 100,000 ducks.
Yep.
And so historically, that would have been USDA doing inspections and making sure that our poultry was healthy. So are we concerned that they will no longer be doing this kind of work for us?
Well, that would be terrible, but we do have to look at those relationships. USDA APHIS, who manages the meat side
Yes.
and manages the, plant and animal, those are conversations we have. We consider them partners with us in a very big way. I expect that partnership to continue. Will they roll back some of their partnership efforts? I don't know. I hope not. But we meet with them very regularly, work very closely with them. So meat is a little bit unique in that USDA certified meat means something. We do not have a certification program in New York State. But when it comes to produce, grocery stores, food manufacturing facilities, dairy processing facilities, that's the Department of Agriculture in New York State that does those inspections for FDA, for example.
Thank you. So we know under CLCPA law, we have targets we have to reach on economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions. And it's my understanding that unfortunately agriculture emissions have not decreased. Do we have plans to try to increase the decrease of emissions in our agricultural sector?
We sure do, and we're doing some really great work in that neighborhood. New York Agriculture was very happy and pleased and able to serve on the Climate Action Council. We had a chair there. I got to head up the Forestry and Agriculture Work Group, and I'm happy to say we were the only work group that came out with consensus on what was the thing to do. But in agriculture today, we have the ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have the ability to sequester carbon. We have the ability to reduce nitrous oxide emissions on our farms, and we have the ability to make energy on our farms. So I'm very optimistic about our way forward. We need to invest some. We need to work a little bit harder on this. We need to get back to cap and invest, which is, got tabled for a little while because of some extracurricular activities in all our governments. But I'm looking forward to getting back to that conversation because agriculture is part of the answer here. We don't just make it less bad, we actually make it better.
Good, we want you to. You know that I am a big supporter of the New York City Farmers Market system and the system in Hunts Point of moving New York State produced and grown products down to Hunts Point so that it can be sold throughout the city. How are those programs doing? Are we seeing increases in the sales? Do we measure that?
We have seen dramatic increases in sales, and we have to, because we have a tremendous population, particularly in that big urban center, that doesn't know much about us. We're getting ready any day now. It's been a little bit delayed by New York City in opening the food hub in the Bronx, which will be a New York grown and certified food hub, biggest one down there. Provide us access to the South Bronx, to Brooklyn, parts of Harlem, all the boroughs. We're very anxious to get that done. The building is up. We need to get the certificate of occupancy, and I'm waiting for a date to be there. I'd love to have you come join us there when we kick that off, because it's going to dramatically increase the accessibility of food for the boroughs.
Thank you. So I support selling wine in supermarkets. And basically, the analysis is it will help New York wine producers sell more wine. I'm curious what your opinion is.
I will say, first of all, not to pass the buck, but that's an SLA issue, and we've talked with SLA about it. I think if done properly, it could be a significant boon to New York producers and consumers both. We were able in our last year to get direct shipment for our liquor producers in the state, which was an important step forward. This is a conversation that's been looming out there as long as you've been up here and before I came up here. So it needs to be carefully thought out, but I look forward to that discussion and anything we can add to that.
I'm going to give back my 1 minute and 22 seconds to the Assembly. Thank you.
We'll try not to use it. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Joanne Simon a little while ago. And our next questioner would be Assemblymember Brian Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair Kruger, for the additional minute and 27 seconds.
3 minutes, yeah. Nope, I just said you couldn't have it. 3 minutes.
I can't help but try. And Mr. Chair, the chairmanship looks good on you. Congratulations on being appointed. I have a really quick question. I'll be under a minute. And just wanted to know if there are any current studies or research into climate resilient crops and climate smart farming practices right now in the state of New York.
Yes.
That was a short answer. And is there more to be done there, particularly looking at some of the climate change things happen across the state and the country? Just want to know if there's more we can do on that front.
Yeah, continue to support this budget with climate resilient funding in it, because we've been able to significantly increase that funding up to over $17 million. And that helps farmers deal with droughts, what to do and how to raise those crops successfully in a very dry year. It also is helping farmers deal with the extremes. And what about flooding? What about too much moisture going on? We work with our soil and water conservation districts all around the state to implement best practices. And that's a great program and one that's oversubscribed every year.
Perfect. I am also going to give back a minute and 45 seconds.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question actually for both commissioners today. Let's start with Commissioner Ball. Mental well-being of farmers is certainly important and imperative. So I was interested in funding for FarmNet in the budget.
We are too. FarmNet, they've been great volunteers, great partners with New York State with regards to mental health in a big way. I would add NICAM, which has been, operates a base in Cooperstown, has been so important and critical in helping to educate farmers and farm workers both. I think in our conversations at Ag and Markets with the Office of Mental Health, we're looking at mental first aid and the need for that education amongst our population, amongst the state government. And it's something we saw, if you remember, it was about a decade ago, actually, when we saw suicides on farms, and we saw extreme stress in the dairy industry in particular. And so we were training our inspectors, our animal inspectors, our plant inspectors, as we have interactions with people on farms, to look for warning signs, look for things that we could do to help identify. So I think you've highlighted something that's very critical in New York, especially. Things have just gotten more challenging with social media, with cell phones, activity. This is a real sensitive area. We all should be trained, as we are in fundamental first aid, in fundamental mental first aid.
So there's funds set aside for FarmNet?
FarmNet has a line in our local aid to localities budget. I think it's $1 million.
Okay.
I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
Thank you. And very quickly, Commissioner Simmons, for Parks. I'm very interested in the New York Bricks program and wondering, and maybe you can provide this in writing to me later because we don't have a lot of time, but it's municipals and not-for-profits. Is the goal for them to work together, or are those two separate grants that each would be competing for?
So it definitely will be structured towards the municipalities. And again, and I think with the numbers are still being worked out, but I think you could be up to a $15 million max cap on the grant program. I'll confirm that number with you. But the idea is to create community centers or have the opportunity to repair, refurbish the current infrastructure to more promote that community engagement.
Love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Very interested. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
Assemblywoman
Chair.
Jody Giglio?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. So I would like to speak a little bit about the Crescent Duck Farm located in my district. The duck farm, it's the last duck farm on Long Island. It was established in 1908, over 100 years old. Fourth generation farmer right now leading the charge, and children fifth and sixth on the way. So as you know, they had to euthanize 100,000 ducks due to the avian bird flu. It was a tremendous, it still is a tremendous impact on them. And I want to thank you, Commissioner, and I really want to thank Dr. Bennett and Dr. Collins for working with the owners of the farm. But they just spent $5 million on wastewater treatment, and it costs $1 million a year to run that wastewater treatment plant. He's expended $500,000 so far in just the composting and remediation, and he's not asking the state for any money, which is shocking. He's using his own capital. But what are we doing about the avian bird flu to prevent this happening now that it's moving into livestock in other parts of the country? And France is using vaccinations for the birds to prevent the avian bird flu from killing these flocks, and also about the spotted lanternfly. I mean, these are threats that we've been talking about for many years, and I'd like to know what research is being done to prevent this from happening to any other farmer. And again, I want to thank you for your continued cooperation of working with the Corwin family at the Crescent Duck Farm.
Well, please give him my best when you see him and talk to him. I look forward to seeing him at food shows where he's always there supporting Taste New York and New York Run of Certified stuff. So this is a very painful thing to watch and have to be a part of. And it's so random because it's, ducks and geese that are flying through the migratory pathways that are distributing this virus. They're immune to it, but they leave us with it. So it's been a great partnership. It was occupied most of our weekend, when it hit. Talking with USDA, talking with our people to get the job done to our satisfaction. Yeah, we'll do whatever we can to help him sustain the family farm, and in any way we can be helpful in negotiating the indemnification with USDA. I will say, though, when it comes to HiPath AI, the state departments of agriculture, all the commissioners across the country, all the state animal health officials, the Dr. Bennett's all around the country. We talk with FDA, we talk with USDA. We're talking on this subject every day. Everyone's looking at the vaccine opportunities. We're testing milk across the country. We're doing everything we can in New York, at least to keep the dairy side of it out of New York State.
Thank you. It's devastating, and I don't want to see it happen to any of our other cattle
Yeah.
farmers or steer farmers or duck farmers.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. You bet.
Assemblyman Joseph Angelino?
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate your time. And I'll stay in my legislative committee membership lane and direct my questions regarding parks. I was happy to hear you're increasing, or at least you've had a couple of classes of police officers graduate for the park police. And hopefully that maintains your workforce, because I know you're at, it's hard for you to do when there's no equity between the retirement systems of other officers. My first question regarding the park police is, would you support, or do you support the end of the New York State Police operational control of the park police?
I support the best avenue for public safety in our parks, and I truly believe the park police are a crucial area of our workforce that maintain a sense of comfort and security in our parks because of their presence. They're in and around the parks in conjunction with our park rangers and our park staff, offer a much-needed resource in our parks to give the utmost public safety to our patrons, yes.
So currently, the park police have put their investigators back into uniform, and the New York State Police, BCI, investigates major crime. Would you like to have your own officers back conducting your own park investigations?
I think when you look at public safety, you have to look at, New York State resources and all the resource available to do, the different jobs that are required in law enforcement. I value the tremendous partnership we have with the state police, even our local law enforcement agencies. And together, I think we can deliver, and we have delivered better than ever in the last few years. The best public safety at our parks, but that discussion is ongoing, and we continue to have it. But I know the state police in that area, they do it well. We do it well as well, and it's a matter of finding out what the right niche is between the two units. But I think we certainly have the ability to do so.
I'm very fond of the park police. They're, the organization, especially out in the Niagara Frontier, the specialties that they do, the rope rescue, it's just amazing. There are also a lot of people don't realize New York State's first state law enforcement agency.
140 years this year.
Real quick, I'd like to see more marketing, and tell me what you can do to highlight more our great veterans at the Purple Heart Hall of Honor in New Windsor. Please expound on that.
So that is a very special place, in our system, in our hearts. I think what we saw in the centennial year last year, we launched the most aggressive marketing campaign in the history of our agency, and we had the data to back it up, and you can point to the record visitation, 4.5%, 88 million, but it's certainly we're now looking at different parts of the agency to incorporate into the marketing plan as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
Appreciate your questions.
Next, Senator John Lamundis.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate you being here today. My question is for Commissioner Ball. With respect to the annual increase in demand for New York's maple products, is there any discussion on easements for all of the maple that's locked up behind road frontage by different property owners, similar to Senator Fahey's question in another topic? I'm just wondering if Ag and Markets would undertake that to unlock that benefit for the whole state's economy.
Wow, that's an interesting question. We have gone down that path with regards to state lands. We've unlocked that door. We can get access for maple producers to get on state lands and find the maple trees. Other private properties, I'd have to think about that one a little bit. If there was a viable pathway that made sense, I guess we'd consider it, but that one looks problematic to me.
Right.
We are growing. We did invest more money in maple this year in the budget. The research we're doing in New York State is great. As you know, we have more trees than Vermont. We have more producers than Vermont. And we can do more, and it's been a growing industry. So we're quite proud of our maple industry.
Right, recognizing that it is difficult, that would be difficult. I think that if we were able to unlock that, though, even if it were only partially successful, it would still contribute greatly to the state's economy.
Yeah, look forward to your ideas on that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And Assemblywoman Stephanie Zinnerman.
Thank you,
3
Chair.
minutes.
Pretlow and Kruger, Commissioners, good afternoon, how are you? I have one question for each of you. I missed you this summer at the State Fair, Commissioner Ball, so you're up first. My question is to follow up on the question asked by Senator Fernandez, and I appreciate your update on what happened with the Black and Socially Disadvantaged Farmers Fund. But it's been 2 years, so I'd like to know how many people did we lose in that time because they were in the program because they were struggling? And so how many did we lose? And would you be open, although we have $4 million, I assume those are for people who are already in the pipeline. Would you be open to asking for an additional $1 million or $2 million for the people who are standing in line to enter the program? As you know, in my little town in the 56th Assembly District, we've got 15 out of 19 schools growing food hydroponically and aquaponically. We've got people on our 26 farms and gardens, you know, buying land upstate, and they need assistance too. So I know you said there's $4 million in the hopper, but we do have other people who are waiting. This program is a beacon of light, and for it to disappear in this year's budget is a little disarming to people, especially as they look at the adverse federal policies that are starting.
Yeah, well, thank you for that question and for your passion about it. I've been able to visit a lot of schools in the New York City area just recently, in Bronx and Brooklyn and even Manhattan. And what they're doing through the Ag in the Classroom program is amazing. I'm not sure I could quantify how many people maybe got lost because of the delays in getting the funding and an administrator out, because we were able to, through our Nourish New York program and through the New York Farms for New York Families program, which was part of the federal LFPA money, we were able to reach much further into the neighborhood, the young farmers, the beginning farmers, socially disadvantaged farmers, and connect them with neighborhoods much more deeply even than Nourish. The pantries and the soup
So
kitchens.
can we talk offline about that?
Yes,
Just so that I
we
can
can.
ask the commissioner? But I will say, you know, we're at about 139, and we used to have 1 million black farmers, so I really do not want to lose any more. Commissioner, thank you so much for 100 years of parks. I had a great time with my seniors in several parks this year. Please keep it up. Additional challenges, doesn't have to be about 100 years, but let's figure out how we can kind of keep it going. My question to you is that I went to Barcelona, I saw some wonderful innovations for people with disabilities. So do you have plans to do any guided audio navigation or tactile pathways for visually impaired people? Talk about what you're doing to improve the parks for people with disabilities.
Just people, real quick, people with disabilities, you know, this, thanks for the, you know, the funding, right? So every new capital project takes into account our programming. It continues to, you know, bring up new and innovative, you know, ways to, you know, you know, address accessibility. And also we're addressing some of those aspects, being as expansive as we are, just to improve accessibility, but it's one of the top priorities in the agency to improve this all across the board.
Say it again.
Cut you off.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions, basically for Commissioner Ball. You had mentioned earlier about the direct shipments. The naysayers had a lot of bad things to say about that proposed legislation, that other companies were going to come into New York and take over the industry. Did that ever come to fruition?
I think I heard part of your question, but you were, it's about direct
They
shipment
had the
of,
direct shipment of cider and wine. The people that were opposed to that legislation were claiming that other companies would come from out of state and set up shop and call themselves New York companies and ship their spirits in New York. Did that ever happen?
no. My experience, actually, we did direct shipment of wine 20 years ago, and there were the same predictions that things were going to be very bad, and if anything, the wine industry has grown both on every aspect of it. So I don't expect any changes that we'll see in direct shipment of cider and our spirits. I don't think it's going to affect that at all. It's going to be a success, especially for the craft beverage producers that we encouraged to get into the business over the last decade.
Okay, and with the slow rollout of cannabis in New York, there was some talk about farmers that couldn't sell their product because there weren't enough licensed real retail sellers, so they had to destroy their crops. So I don't know, I didn't know marijuana went bad, but it does, I guess. And there was a monetary loss to these farmers. Were they ever made whole? Did anything ever been done to alleviate the pressure was put on them? Because that pressure was put on them by the state. We forced them to do certain things. We told them how to grow, when to grow, and where to grow, and then we had nobody allowed to buy their product. They had to sit on it. And my understanding is it was like tens of millions of dollars. Was anything done to take the stress and the pressure off of those farmers?
You know, it's a complicated question. You got a federal issue there, you got a state issue, and you have another agency, the Office of Cannabis Management. Their mission is much bigger than simply growing a crop. But my understanding is that very few of them actually found satisfaction with what they lost. But today's a new day, and we've been recently, in the last 2 years, I know they've been working very actively to get more opportunities for them. That's the Office of Cannabis Management, and I have to defer the specifics to them.
So they just burned their crop and moved on to the next time, next year?
Some did, yeah.
Okay.
Some were hurt.
Oh, they
Ask
are.
them questions.
Okay, we will. Another thing on cannabis also, I've heard complaints that the odor emitted by the crop as it's growing has been objected to by neighbors. Is that true, first of all? And if it is there anything that can be done to make it better, make the air better for the surrounding communities?
We anecdotally hear reports that the odor is objectionable to neighbors. I would defer what's being done about that to the Office of Cannabis Management, but that is a concern that we have heard.
So that's also economic development, I guess. And I just have one quick question for Commissioner Simmons. You'd mentioned the swimming program, and you mentioned children. Is there anything being done for people like myself, adults, that need swimming lessons?
You know, we have a number of programs in our parks that certainly, while the concentration has been on our youth, there are certainly opportunities and considerations to expand, you know, the program in the future. But right now, it is targeted to the youth. You know, it's a lifelong skill. But at Riverbank, I know there are adult swim programs. So the select parks do have adult swim programming. We find they're booked to capacity, as you can imagine, and it's looking to expand that in some of the other areas. And Riverbank, what's nice about that, that's a year-round, our only year-round swimming facility, but certainly trying to, you know, get that into the calendar on a regular basis on our summer pools that are open seasonally.
So the adult lessons are booked to capacity. Are the youth swim lessons also booked to capacity, or is there some space there?
Yeah, so we have signups, you know, around May, June of every year, and they book up pretty fast. You know, I know, you know, people are lining up, families are lining up on sign-up day. But what's nice about that is, you know, 2 years ago, we taught 400 kids to swim over a summer. With the tripling of the program, that jumped to over 2,000. But those programs are not only popular, but they are needed. And we're looking at expanding in different parks across the system as well, because they're very, very utilized.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one quick question for Commissioner Ball again. Equine slaughter, something that's been near and dear to my heart for several years, and we recently did legislation that the governor signed having to do with human consumption of horses and monitoring at the auctions that these horses are being shipped through New York. It is, I believe, it's a felony to transport horses for human consumption, but they're going through New York now into Canada, where they're being slaughtered and sent out to other countries in Europe and Asia. I know the bill talked about a good faith effort by the ag and markets. Is it the intention, and I hope your answer is a big yes, that ag and markets will actually go and attend these auctions? There's only one, I think it's Uniondale. You don't have to go to a lot of different places. And just monitor these, because the individuals that are selling these horses, it's the same person or persons, it's not very many of them. And we'd really like to stop that. I mean, these horses could be humanely euthanized and not tortured and sent to Canada to be, you know, whacked up into horse steaks. So my question is it the full intention of ag and markets to actually monitor these auctions and make sure that horses are not being shipped off to other places for slaughter?
At this point, that's a police activity. We are able to post, and we have people at auctions, but I think we need a more thoughtful conversation about the legality of someone. You know, when a horse is sold at an auction, there needs to be a veterinary signature, there needs to be, you know, some legal documents signed, a purchase agreement, et cetera. And I think that's probably the vehicle that we need to have a thoughtful conversation about.
Well, I have those papers. I have where horses were sold in Pennsylvania, auctioned through New York, and the final destination was the slaughterhouse where they make horsey steaks. So we know it's happening, and the paperwork that you're referring to is available. And I think that if we just made a good faith effort to stop this, that it would stop. But to turn the other, the blind eye to it, doesn't really work.
It's not really about turning a blind eye to it. We are engaged in conversations with gaming to talk about putting more teeth into that law, so.
Okay, thank you. Senator?
Thank you. And to close for this panel, Senator Hinchey, Chair of Agriculture, with a 3-minute second round.
I'm so happy to kick off and close. Good for me.
What an honor.
Thank you all. Again, thank you for your time and for your answers today. I'm going to close my last question with our Commissioner for Parks, Mr. Simons. Thank you, Commissioner Simons. In the 41st District, we have some of the most beautiful areas, I would say, in the world, and wonderfully, Parks is a great partner on a lot of those places. However, they also all need capital improvements and capital projects, one of them being the Harlem Valley Rail Trail, which we're told the state is going to support with that $2.5 million for helping close the section of trail. I'm hopeful. I didn't see that in the budget. It's a smaller number in comparison to budget numbers, so I'm hopeful that that is happening. But I'd like to just take a second to ask if this is on your radar, the Hudson Athens Lighthouse. So that is nationally recognized as one of the 7 historic landmarks to save across the country. It is an incredibly important historic landmark in our area, but really for our state. Minority Leader Schumer has allocated significant federal dollars to help restore the lighthouse, but there is a state share. And that is something that I've also not seen in the budget, so I just want to check and see if that's on your radar and what the plans might be.
So thank you, and you heard it here first, right? The Hudson Valley Rail Trail, there is that gap, and we are, at existing 200 million, in providing, the gap is it's 2.5, providing that it doesn't escalate, but we are prepared under the parks budget.
Thank you.
To close that gap and get that moving. So we're very excited about that.
Thank you.
We're watching the Hudson Athens Lighthouse very closely. Many discussions with the Army Corps, who have been greatly involved in sort of, there's been dredging around that impacted, and it's really, expediting the erosion, of that lighthouse and the foundation. But watching that closely, working with our, historic preservation partners, and just having active discussions. But like anything else, if it comes down to a capital request, it's just what's the nature of the capital request and how can we partner? It's, much to a lot of the questions today, we're about communities, and where we can help, we will.
Yeah. Our understanding, just so that we're all on the same page, our understanding is that Minority Leader Schumer has allocated the $50,000 for the Army Corps of Engineers to start doing the study. It's in that pipeline. And then the total anticipated cost is about $30 million, with the federal government taking about 2/3, but would require the state to take 1/3. So that, should it not increase, would be at about $10 million. So happy to continue the conversation with you. Thank you, but want to make sure that we're tracking that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and we were wrong. Don't go anywhere. We have another assembly member.
No, the question was answered.
Never mind. Okay, then we want to thank you very much for your participation today and free you from this hearing. And we will call up as you leave. Sorry, you're our first panel for the year. If people want to grab these commissioners, do it outside. We don't want you having conversations on either side where we can't continue with the next panel. So we appreciate you, but now go away. And we're going to call up the New York Farm Bureau, the Northeast Dairy Producers Association, the Northeast Organic Farming Association of New York, and the Adirondack Food Network. Yes. Oh, right, it keeps the water clear, right? Yeah, it's Scandinavian. What are you holding together? Just curious.
You've met on Zoom, in person. It's just you. Is Jeff still out?
He's back.
Okay.
Just getting back into it now.
Okay. Yeah.
Easing it.
Yeah, understandable.
Oops. Hello, everyone. Welcome. And so we now get to the part of the hearings where everyone only gets 3 minutes. So we always advise people, even if you have a 20-page document, don't try to read it. Just highlight your most important bullets. We all have all of the testimony, and it is up online for everyone to read. So in my experience, those people who have mastered their key issues, not reading really fast, are the ones who win. So I will let you start on this side of the table, introduce yourself, do your 3 minutes, and then we'll keep going down, okay? Thank you.
Get
Please.
started? Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you. The Northeast Organic Farming Association has a few priorities for the 2026 fiscal year budget that I'm going to share with you. My name is Katie Balden, Policy Manager with the Northeast Organic Farming Association, also called NOFA New York. We've been around since '83 and have been leading the growth of the organic regenerative agriculture movement across the state. We provide farmer-to-farmer education, technical assistance, and advocate for resilient food systems. As a USDA-accredited organic certifier, we also certify about 1,000 organic farms and food businesses. And as you know, New York is a national leader in organic agriculture, ranking 3rd in the number of organic farms, and we're also leaders in field crop and organic livestock production. So I'm going to move on to past contracts that we've had have expanded access to organic certification and increased our ability to provide support with certification and the implementation of organic climate-smart practices. We're thankful to the legislature for the support and request additional funding this year to help build a more inclusive, resilient network of New York farmers. Specifically, NOFA is requesting $250,000, including $40,000 to expand access to our programs for underserved producers, $50,000 to supplement USDA funding for NOFA events, and $160,000 to expand our capacity to meet an increasing demand for our technical assistance support services. With the change in presidential administrations, the future of one of our USDA grants is uncertain. And without it, we won't be able to run our Climate Smart Farming and Marketing program as it currently exists. But with some support from the state, we can keep offering that Climate Smart technical assistance at a smaller scale. And then lastly, we have an opportunity this year, I think, to address an unexpected $800,000 federal funding gap for New York farmers and to sustain a really valuable program that might otherwise be unfunded. So since the beginning of the USDA Organic Label, the Organic Cost Share Program has allowed farms and businesses to recover some of the expenses associated with certification. And this year, that funding was not included in the Farm Bill extension. So there's around 2,000 farms or farms and food businesses in New York State that have organic certification. and have been depending on these funds. So we would appreciate the inclusion of that in this year's state budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Wallach. I'm the Associate Director of Public Policy at New York Farm Bureau. And first off, I'd like to say thank you all for being here. New York Farm Bureau is the state's largest general agricultural advocacy organization. Our members represent a variety of commodities and provide significant revenue streams for our local, state, and national economies. As most of you know, New York's farm economy has been struggling, and farmers are working with razor-thin margins as input costs and labor continue to increase. That being said, we see many bright spots in the governor's proposed budget. However, there are still funding gaps that need to be addressed. To further support various agricultural commodities within the industry, farmers rely heavily on research and promotion programs like apple research, maple research, and hops breeding, to name a couple of many. These programs are dependent on support from the legislature each year. Additionally, I would like to stress the importance of Cornell College of Agriculture and Life Science and the many programs under their umbrella. These are a lifeline to many farmers throughout the state. CALS provides key research and critical expertise that we cannot afford to lose right now. Key lines include pro-dairy and pro-livestock, as well as the diagnostic labs, and funding to support operations at Cornell Agritech and its research there. I would also like to mention the refundable investment tax credit from previous budgets. For on-farm investments from tractors and equipment to milking machinery, this has triggered an incredible amount of investments on farms. However, we are hopeful that this year, the legislator, along with the governor, will add the construction of housing to be eligible, or the rehabilitation of current housing. As you can imagine, farm housing can be very expensive to build, and those that work on farms need and deserve high-quality, comfortable housing. Along similar lines, we are strongly supportive of the governor's proposal to increase the Farm Worker Housing Revolving Loan Fund by $5 million. We are requesting that the per project cap be increased from $200,000 to $400,000 due to the high cost of construction. I would also like to highlight the importance of extending the current farm workforce retention tax credit that expires at the end of this year. This tax credit has been major in helping farmers deal with ever-increasing labor costs. We look forward to working with the legislator and the governor on these proposals, along with additional legislation like the low carbon fuel standard, creating an equine advisory board, and wine and grocery stores, among others. Thank you all for your support of the agricultural industry.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Jones-Brimmer with the Northeast Dairy Producers Association. Thank you to Chairs Kruger and Pretlow and Hinchey and Lepardo for holding this important hearing. We are excited about many of the investments the governor has proposed in the executive budget, ranging from workforce and employee housing to transportation and climate initiatives. However, there is one glaring omission in the governor's budget, which was a disappointing surprise to our members, in that it did not include a proposal to fix the farm employer overtime tax credit to ensure all farms are eligible to receive this critical tax credit. Thank you to your leadership, the legislature unanimously passed a bill last session that would fix an interpretation technicality that prevented some farms from accessing this credit. However, the governor vetoed this legislation and in her message directed the Departments of Tax and Finance and Agriculture and Markets to work with the legislature during this year's budget negotiations to develop an appropriate overtime tax credit structure, which would ensure all farmers can access the credit regardless of their business structure. We respectfully encourage the Senate and Assembly to advance legislation in their one-house budgets to provide a retroactive fix for this crucial overtime tax credit. Other aspects of the governor's budget that we appreciate include the $5 million addition to the Farm Worker Housing Program. This revolving loan fund ensures farmers have support to build adequate housing facilities for employees. This program is oversubscribed, and we believe the need is even greater than the governor's proposal, and would respectfully encourage a total of $15 million to the program, which would ensure long-term solutions to challenges facing recruiting and retaining employees on New York State family farms. We also agree with Farm Bureau that the cap per project is too low and would encourage increasing it from $200,000 to $400,000 per project. We also appreciate the governor's support of Cornell's farm labor specialists and the New York Center for Agricultural Medicine and Health Both programs provide farms with trainings that are essential to recruit, retain, and train a high-quality workforce. And finally, we also appreciate the governor's support of Pro Dairy, including Cornell's climate leadership specialist position, and as well as the executive's funding of the Cornell University Ruminant Center. This is a major step forward. Research done at this center helps inform on-farm decision-making and could further advance agriculture's impact on reaching the state's climate goals. We respectfully encourage that the legislature continue to increase support for Pro Dairy to allow the program to add 2 farm business specialists, a dairy nutrition specialist, and an animal well-being specialist. Thank you for taking the time to consider our remarks, and happy to provide more information.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak on some budget priorities for the North Country communities. My name is Josh Stefani, and I represent the Adirondack Food System Network, a collaborative effort across North Country communities to address the challenges, gaps, and opportunities within our food system. Since 2020, our network works to broaden collaboration across the region and bring and build capacity to organizations. As you are aware, the most recent USDA census highlights the disappearance of New York farms and an aging farmer population. Hamilton County, one of the most sparsely populated counties in our state, has watched nearly all of its farms disappear. This means that access to fresh and healthy food grown in the county for its communities remains a significant burden for residents. Moreover, New York must invest in resources to address and prepare for a changing farmer landscape, including succession and transition plans for the next generation. Yet with recent flooding and drought, AFSN sees it as a priority to assist our farmers in preparation for extreme and inconsistent weather. We ask that this legislature continue to prioritize our North Country farming communities through programs such as the Farmland Protection Program, a farm worker housing program as mentioned by my colleagues, and the Environmental Protection Fund. It is critical we expand these programs to shore up our vulnerable assets. Healthy and local food is directly linked to supporting our farmers. A few weeks ago, a farmer in Herkimer County remarked that more value is placed in a bag of potato chips than a potato. Herkimer County remains one of the most food insecure counties for New York adults. Emergency feeding programs like food pantries and backpack programs are struggling to meet a growing demand. AFSN joins the call to raise both budgets of Nourish New York and HIPNAP to $75 million each and broaden the ability of local and direct contracts with food pantries to ensure the food economy in our communities matches with our local farms. These programs place agriculture grown in our region back into our communities, supporting families and farmers in the process. AFSN is excited to see a commitment to provide healthy and universal meals to our children in the executive budget, and we support continuing our farm-to-school grants and 30% farm-to-school reimbursement programs. These programs provide critical links between healthy food, our children, and our farms. Additionally, these programs directly incentivize and offset the costs of purchasing local food for our regional children. We applaud recent efforts by the administration and legislature to support and grow and sustain our farms, emergency feedings, local and regional food economies. The Adirondacks is often seen as the last mile of service, a place to visit but not to live. But despite this, our communities are resilient and vibrant, and many people call these places home. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to furthering these conversations.
Thank you very much. And our first questioner is Agriculture Chair Michelle Hinchey. Oh, sorry. Everyone gets 3 minutes. There's no special favors for the chairs or rankers anymore.
I know. All right, thank you so much, and thank you all for being here and for your work. Josh, appreciate the comments on Nourish, and I think it's important for everyone to hear, even if you live in an agricultural community, it doesn't mean that everyone who lives there then has access to the food that is grown just down the street. And so things like the Nourish New York program, HIPNAP, Double Up Food Bucks, and the Farm to School program are really important to make sure we continue to fund. Like adding breakfast to the Farm to School program would be a great place to start. But I do have a couple of questions. First for NEDPA, you probably heard me ask or talk earlier about the tax credit that we were hopeful would get done. We were told it had to be in the budget. We too were surprised to not see it in the executive's budget. How have the conversations been with Ag and Markets? And does it seem like on your end that you're close to coming up with a solution like we just heard from the last panel?
Yeah, we have a great working relationship with Ag and Markets and really appreciate their team's efforts. We've presented something that we think could work, and from our understanding of the issues of what was presented last year, we think it could solve those problems. We haven't received much feedback on that so far, but we're ready and willing to continue those conversations.
Great. Well, and hopefully this will spark responses to that feedback so we can hopefully have an answer for that soon in our budget all going forward. Also agree with everyone's comments on the farm worker housing and the retention tax credit. Those are really important programs and ones we could fund more. Kyle, you mentioned, I'm taking a book from Senator Krueger here, or a page from Senator Krueger here, but you mentioned in your comments about wine and grocery stores. I'm not taking a position on that plan, but I'm curious how it would help New York farmers and the New York wine industry.
Sure. A lot of our local New York wineries have trouble getting their products into liquor stores, and this would give them another avenue and another opportunity and a place with good foot traffic and good availability for them to sell their products.
Do you think there should be specific language around promoting New York products specifically?
We would absolutely support that.
All right, thank you so much. And then I would just like to kind of open the question in my last few seconds on what concerns anyone, probably NEDPA and Farm Bureau, but NOFA as well, anybody on farm workers and farmers, the concerns they're hearing from change at the federal level as it pertains to farm workers.
Yeah, this is a really challenging question and something that our farms are facing. And I think, quite frankly, workers are scared. They don't know what's to come, and they don't know if their job and their world is secure. So trying to get through misinformation and help them with facts and what they need to know for their rights is what we're focusing on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo, Chair of Agriculture.
Yes, thank you. Senator Hinchey covered most of what I was about to take up. So thank you for highlighting, again, the housing revolving loan and for giving us an actual dollar figure to handle the oversubscription. You sort of ran out of time. I'd like to give you an opportunity to finish discussing some additional ads from NEDPA. NEDPA, yes.
Regarding
right toward the end, you sort of ran out of time.
Toward the end, I was talking about ProDairy's budget. They have several new positions that they would like to fill: farm business specialist, dairy nutrition specialist, and animal well-being specialist, as well as some education or outreach and extension funding that they could have bolstered to make sure their program is fully functioning and fully capable of seeing of farmers seeing the benefits of their work.
So pro-dairy focus. And Katie, I know you had a $200,000 appropriation last year. You're looking for $250 this year. You outlined some of the things you wanted to do with that. That's not really going to take care of the federal pause, which is likely a cut, which is impacting you on the Climate Smart Commodities Program.
Yeah.
A subsection of that having to do with marketing. Could you just explain in this last minute how you utilize those funds?
Sure. So we're part of a regional project that's run by PASA in Pennsylvania, and it's called the Climate Smart Farming and Marketing Program. And essentially, it's providing technical assistance to farms that want to adopt NRCS climate smart practices, and it offers them upfront funding to make some of those changes. So we have a couple of staff right now that are helping with that project, and it's on pause, so we really don't know what's coming next.
The additional funding that you're asking for in this year's budget, is it connected to that, or it's more about your infrastructure?
A little bit of both. So technical assistance On-farm is something we've always offered. We've been building up our virtual technical assistance offerings, and we would like to still have capacity there for helping farms with climate-smart practices.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate what you do for agriculture here in New York State. I guess I'll start off with Allison. I think in last year's budget, there was $24 million to help with on-farm fluid milk processing. It was supposed to essentially improve a number of things, including, stabilizing that supply. I know these things don't happen overnight, but can you just kind of give us an update as to where this is and if it's been helping your members?
So the request for proposals is open right now, and I believe those are due mid-February. So farms are undergoing the process of getting their applications submitted, so we don't know really what that'll look like, if that'll be oversubscribed, which is very likely because these projects are often very expensive to undergo. We don't know what kind of interest is fully out there, but I know a lot of our members were really excited about the program, and looking forward to submitting applications.
We always hear, small dairy farms versus the big farms, and I guess my concern is that 24 million is going to be gobbled up by the big farms. Is there any guardrails that were put in place so that it would ensure that our small dairy farms have access to that as well?
I can't really speak to that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so as of right now, your members are in the process of putting those RFPs in. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hopefully that that improves and those. So would you say obviously you're afraid of it being oversubscribed? So in this year's budget, then you think perhaps another round would be helpful to additional funding?
Yeah, definitely. I believe there was 10 million put this year to fill out the program, but if 24 million in the first year isn't enough, then.
Yeah, so
sure.
we stepped it down pretty considerably for that second one, but still money in the program for the second year. Okay. Thank you. I would just to address a little bit of the wine and grocery stores. It's a controversial topic, and I've been in the beverage alcohol business for 30 plus years, and I can tell you that while I have a lot of wineries and grape growers in my district. When you go to grocery stores in other states, you don't see local wines. You see the big conglomerates, you see the Barefoot and all these others. So my question is, would you favor a restriction for only New York-based wines to be sold in those grocery stores in New York State?
I mean, being New York Farm Bureau, yeah, we're always going to support our local New York wine.
That's a softball question, but I think it speaks to the point that there's, I think there's very little chance, quite honestly, that you're going to see the local wines, which typically are a little more expensive. You're going to see those, $2 Chuck things dominating the shelves in New York grocery stores if we don't put some kind of guardrails to ensure that our wineries and our farmers get that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Carrie Werner.
Thank you. Kyle, you mentioned that one of the Farm Bureau's priorities is the low carbon fuel standard bill. Could you reflect on how that particular bill would benefit New York farmers?
So the low carbon fuel standard we think would be a great way to help reach our climate goals while also giving the opportunity for biofuel markets and other ways that agriculture could be part of this solution.
In specific, are you talking about hard to electrify vehicles like farm equipment being able to use low carbon fuels to reduce their carbon footprint? Or are you talking about farms being able to generate electricity by converting manure into first to gas and then into electricity?
I think there's opportunity for both, but specifically converting manure into electricity would be something that our membership would be interested in, and I think there's a lot of room there to grow that industry.
Thank you very much. For the, and I'm so sorry I forgot your name, Northeast Dairy Producers. You talked about the need for, and actually Kyle did as well, for increasing the project cap from 200 to 400,000 for farm worker housing. Do you have some sense of what is the backlog of projects that are not getting done because the fund has been depleted, as well as the cap is too low?
I don't have exact numbers on that, but I know just from talking to our membership, there are many farms that are interested in doing projects that would fit in this revolving loan fund. And if they're not able to get traditional financing for it, or it's not the highest priority on their farm's project list, then it doesn't get done, it gets pushed off. So I think there would be a great need, a great interest if this were expanded to have more farms involved. I do know that some of the farms that have done projects that is new housing for 20 or so staff members, they're looking at $1 million or slightly over $1 million to build that housing. And so that's kind of looking at that $200,000 cap. The construction costs have gone up so much, and farms are looking to build larger housing units now.
Right. And access to traditional financing is limited, was sort of implied in your answer. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they just have to make decisions based on what their priorities are, and that fits within their traditional financing options.
Great, thank you very much.
Senators? Then I'm turning it back to the Assembly.
Okay, Assembly Member Chris Teague, the ranker on agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Chairman. I wanted to start off right from the beginning. Allison, if you could tell me, do you think that there would be an economic difference in agriculture if we legalized whole and 2% milk back in our schools?
Yeah, our members would definitely be in favor of that, and really the science supports it in giving the students choice to wholesome and nutritious products.
Well, I really appreciate hearing that, because I've had a bill for the last 4 years that just can't seem to get out of committee for some reason. But boy, everybody's in favor of it. Hopefully this session will get it passed. But thank you very much. Secondly, what I thought I would do is individually ask each one of you, because we don't have much time, but ask each one of you what the biggest thing needed in this budget, and how much is needed to make that work for you folks, I think is my question. Although the budget's at $252 billion, I was a little saddened to see that the ag budget is knocked down by $7 million. We seem to have money to spend in other areas, but agriculture is $7 million less than it was last year. So I'd like to hear from you folks, what we need to make your operation successful, and how much money you need to do it.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So in terms of NOFA's #1 priority for the state budget this year, it is for our line item for $250,000. That would really help us to continue the work that the state's been investing in over the past several years, increasing access to our services and our technical assistance capacity.
Thank you.
I think adding housing as an allowable expense to the refundable investment tax credit would be huge for us, as well as making sure that we don't let the workforce retention tax credit sunset.
I would agree that labor, workforce retention, and recruitment is the greatest need that our farms have, so increasing that revolving loan fund for housing would be a great addition, along with what Kyle mentioned.
And I'll echo the same thing with worker retention, as well as those transition plans for farmers, as a lot of our farmers are not only struggling with labor and finding adequate labor for their farms, but also being able to prepare for future generations.
Would all of you agree with me that without any farms, we don't have any food? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Anna Kellis.
They're doing resolutions now.
Oh, that's why
Finally got it. Thank you so much. Just one initial question. Your experience, like across the board, that the farmland protection and agricultural non-point programs and the soil and water conservation programs are all overprescribed and underfunded? Would you say that pretty consistently across the board? Do you have a sense of how much money would be needed to fully fund these to meet the existing demand?
I think we would have to go back to the individual districts and hear from them what, each district's need is.
Are we getting close? Are we like nowhere near what would actually be needed? Because these can be used for capital improvements to address
I'm
climate
not sure
change
how,
issues.
I'm not sure how overprescribed they are. I know they are, but I'm not sure by how much.
Okay.
I have some numbers on that
Yeah.
that I can follow up with. I don't want to say them right now just because I don't want to get it wrong, but I can follow up with you on the climate resilient farming program in particular.
Okay, that'd be great. And a question about manure on farms. What percentage do you think, estimate of farms in New York have biodigesters?
We can get numbers.
And what percentage of a farm's operating budget do you think are the fertilizer? Is it a tiny, small fraction, or is it a pretty big cost? The cost of fertilizer.
The cost of fertilizer. I think that varies by type of farm.
Mhm.
So those with animal agriculture are able to recycle nutrients and bring that cost down, but it still is a substantial cost to make sure they're putting the right nutrients in the
So
right
it's the
spots.
recycling of the manure that's really helping the cost come down of that particular cost. I ask only in particular because if the manure were being used for other purposes rather than being used in biodigesters, creating biosolids that are really stable molecular structures that then could be tilled into the ground to bind with nitrogen and phosphorus to retain those nutrients into the soil and reduce runoff, those things, significantly reduce the cost of fertilizer. They also, improve the stability and nutrient value of the soil. That would add, maybe give them funding in one direction, but cost them money in other directions, right? Potentially.
I don't want to say just because I'm not 100% sure. Have to.
But the manure would be diverted. And that would be true since it is used as a nutrient source right now.
Typically, there still is material that can be used as fertilizer in those processes, even if it's used for another use first and then.
I say that about fertilizers because they are both petroleum-based and very expensive. So having the manure as a resource for nutrient loading is a great use of it on site, on farms. Thanks.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Jody Giglio?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to go back to the ag worker housing because I know that there were a lot of grants that a lot of farmers utilized last year, but they were unable, they had to return the money essentially because the process in order to get permits for the upgraded sanitary systems and for enhancements to the buildings and creation of workforce housing was just, the time was too long and they couldn't meet the deadlines. So I want to hear from you as to whether or not there is still tremendous need for ag worker housing and enhancement to ag worker housing that should be in the budget and is not currently in the budget.
There's absolutely a need for new farm worker housing as well as updating farm worker housing that's existing.
Okay, and did you hear some of the same things when it came to the funding and whether or not any of the money that was returned is being reappropriated for grants for enhancements and upgrades?
I didn't hear specifically about funding that had to be returned, but as far as the need for it, we've heard a lot of, and as far as being able to fund that, it's a huge expense for any farm to take on. So having funding opportunities is important.
Yeah, and I think so too. I think so that with the housing opportunities, that it also works towards the worker retention and knowing that they have a pillow to put their head on at night. So if you could just chime in on that a little bit, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Farmers want their employees to have a comfortable, safe place to live. they make their best efforts to do so, and we need to help them how we can.
And I think there's a lot of choices for places to work. People could go work in a lot of different lines, and agriculture isn't always the most attractive, but our farmers do what they can to provide high quality training, high quality, a good salary, good benefits, and one of those benefits is having housing near the farm and it being up to date, clean, and like Kyle said, just a nice place that they have to go home. It really helps in worker retention.
Thank you.
Completed the questioning, just double checking. I want to thank you all very much for your participation today, and you may have follow-up questions from us later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next panel, if the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals is here, please come down. We don't think you checked in. Humane Society of the United States and New York State Animal Protection Federation. Oh, so good. So all three of you are here. Great, okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna start from my left with Libby. Oh, you want me to go start, is that Bill? Okay, we're gonna start from my right, your left, Bill Ketzer first.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for your time. I'm Bill Ketzer. I'm the Senior Legislative Director for the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And as you've mentioned, you have my written testimony, so I will keep my comments brief and related to the Companion Animal Protection Fund that's in the executive budget proposal. I began my career in government about 25 years ago right here in this building as a policy analyst. And soon after, I was doing agriculture policy, which most of you know, I think, includes animal welfare policy. In that area, New York was definitely behind the curve when compared to other states in the Northeast when it came to animal sheltering. We were definitely seeing improvements at that time, better access and funding for spay-neuter programs, for example, more effective working relationships between shelters and rescue organizations. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the goal was to be able to get them to drastically reduce euthanasia and increase live release rates. That was the name of the game at the time. But there was very minimal oversight of animal shelters and absolutely no oversight of animal rescue organizations. In fact, no one could even tell you how many there were or what they did or where they got their animals from. We just had simply no idea as policy people. You changed that in 2017 by passing a law to create a registry for these entities so that we could know. And this was the same year that you established the first companion animal capital fund, the first of its kind in the nation and still is, to my knowledge, and currently provides $33 million to support capital projects for more than 70 animal shelters thus far. And that, in turn, helped generate support for another thing New York didn't have, which was a uniform, peer-reviewed facility standards in law for the 400 not-for-profit organizations and municipal entities providing sheltering services in every region of the state every single day. You passed this law in 2022, and it goes into effect in December of this year. That's why we're asking you not only to support Governor Hochul's $5 million executive budget proposal for that fund, but we also ask that you renew your commitment with a legacy allocation of $5 million in addition to the governor's $5 million, bringing the fund to a total of $10 million. The outstanding capital need is still well over $77 million as we look towards the standards being implemented at the end of the year. And finally, I just want to say thank you for all of that good work. That can't be understated, but it's like night and day from the time I was sitting behind you as a staffer, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Shapiro. I'm the New York Director for the Humane Society of the United States. I would like to thank everyone here for all of the work over the past few years, really putting shelter issues and animal protection at the forefront. I'm the New York State Director, but when I go to our national conferences, everyone is just absolutely wowed and floored at what we've been able to accomplish. And many of you who are in leadership positions here have helped us get those bills and those budget measures over the finish line. I'm here with my wonderful colleagues to ask for support for the Companion Animal Capital Fund, which is a very popular program, which helps to boost and bolster our animal shelters with capital improvement programs for matching grants. In my years of lobbying, I've seen photographs and heard many stories of the wonderful animals that many of you have adopted from shelters. But shelters provide so much more than just adoptions. You have surrenders, you have pet retention programs, food pantries. For the duly incorporated humane societies and SPCAs, you have humane law enforcement, low-cost spay and neuter, and the list goes on. These are essential services. And unless we have the infrastructure where our shelters can operate effectively, we would not have these programs. Again, these are essential services that are very important to members of the community. I recall when I was the shelter director in Ulster County for many years, just fretting over where's the money going to come from for new kennel doors to replace pipes that have been decades old. So we are asking for $5 million combined from the legislature to match what the governor has kindly put in for a total of $10 million. Additionally, I want to express support for an animal crimes fund. There currently is a process that impounding agencies, humane law, can take advantage of to get reimbursed for the cost of holding on to live evidence. But I will say this, there are no other examples where a not-for-profit, it's the not-for-profit's responsibility to hold on to evidence in criminal court cases and often not get reimbursed for that. It's crazy, quite frankly. So we are asking for support for an animal crimes fund. The bonding process works, but it doesn't always work. I've seen cases where we have judges in rural parts of the state and they have no idea about this. And sometimes the shelters are very lucky if they can get a DA to assist with that. I see time is running out. I just want to also give a tip of the hat to Chair Pretlow for his work on the horse issues with horse slaughter and the issue you mentioned we are following and interested in talking with you more about that. Thank you so much for your time.
Post, New York State Animal Protection Federation.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say first to Rabat, to Senator Krueger for mentioning that it's Holocaust Memorial Day, and also a very hearty mazel tov to Assembly Member Pretlow for becoming the new chair of the Ways and Means Committee. So it's a really, it's a great thing. So yes, we also want to see $5 million from the legislature for the Companion Animal Capital Fund. We've all seen how good this money has done across the state. We're going to have at least 50 applicants for the RFP that is due at the end of this month. Now, when you look at the budget, you're going to see reappropes after reappropes after reappropes. And I'm asking you not to hold that against giving us more money because, yes, we can all laugh about this. As we know, and as the Comptroller's Office put out in a recent report, the contracts are not being let quickly. The RFP from January of 2024, those contracts will hopefully be executed by the Comptroller's Office this week. Okay, so that money is going to be spent, and we need it to, I just don't want it to be held against us that that money isn't being spent out, even though the awards have been made. The other thing is that, and the Commissioner mentioned this, SFS, the state financial system, it has been a virtual nightmare for my members, and they had to expand the deadline for the RFP that's due at the end of the month almost 25 days because of the problems everyone was having with SFS. And so if there's anything you guys could do about that, that would be great. In terms of the Animal Crimes Fund, we asked about this, we mentioned this last year. You all remember the Times Union story of the horrific rescue. There were 100 animals in a house. It cost Mohawk Hudson $300,000 to care for those animals in just the first month alone. And we have this rolling animal crime survey that we do. Of the 28 cases that have been reported, the cost of care was over $604,000. The shelters only recouped $109,000, which is 18% of the total cost. And so we are asking the legislature for a $2.5 million animal crimes fund that would help defray these costs wouldn't be a grant, but it would be a reimbursement program. And it really is very, very important because it is costing the shelters more and more money. And with the Companion Animal Care Standards Act coming to effect at the end of this year, we're going to see even more of a need. So please.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Questions from the Senate? No? Everyone was very articulate. Questions from the Assembly? Oh, I'm sorry, and you have another Assemblywoman down there.
Okay, Ken, okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for being here. Understand what you're saying about increasing the funding. Libby, why has the funds not been spent out? You kind of breezed through that.
It's a really good question. The money has been awarded. Okay, year after year after year. Some of the money has been totally expended out, but like, as an example, the money that was awarded in January of 2024, awarded, oh, you're gonna get this grant? The grants are just being executed, hopefully this week.
Oh, I see, bureaucratic delays.
Right, it's not the shelter's fault, it's the process.
And then you mentioned about the need for the Animal Crimes Fund. You talked about one case, and you said that they had eventually recouped some funding. Who did they recoup it from?
So there's the mechanism, there's a security bond posting mechanism that Brian talked about, where you can go and ask the judge in the case to tell the perpetrator of the animal crime to either give up their animals or they have to pay. That doesn't always work. The lawyers have become very good at going around the process and not getting the money to the shelters, that they're not being paid for it. And many times there is no restitution. Many times there's no security bond posting. DAs don't want to do it on behalf of the shelters, even though they're holding the animals for criminal cases. But still they're saying, oh, you got to find your own lawyer. So here, the shelter's got to pay for the care plus that, right? So they're just not doing it. And it would be much better if there was a dedicated fund to help reimburse the shelters for these costs because they're astronomical and they're just going up.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Woman Anna Kellis?
Thank you so much. Two questions, one multi-part, but about the Companion Animal Capital Fund, what would make that easier to get that money out the door? Is there anything that we can do to make that easier to get out the door?
I don't pretend to be an expert in how the state financial system works in total.
The things that people
But
are finding barriers.
It's really about making sure that the various entities that have to approve this do it in a timely manner, and that there's staffing in all the various offices that
Got
need
you.
to do it.
And
without
about,
throwing anyone under the bus.
absolutely, about the second fund, the Animal Crime Fund, I think that,
Yeah.
not sure I'm getting the name right. Do we know what the total cost is? Do you have any estimate? I saw in your presentation, it was a total of, I think, 883,000 just from last year were the amounts of money that it cost. You were asking for 2.5, but then I saw all of these amounts throughout that were like 1.7 million, 1.5 million. It seems like 2.5 million won't even cover remotely the cost of taking care of and all the criminal, try to recoup the costs that they're putting into it. So I'm trying to rectify all that.
Well, I think that the 2.5 million is a place to start. As I said, our rolling animal crimes fund, and I don't get all the information from everybody. I'm not getting a lot of information from municipal shelters about their costs of holding live evidence. But right now, from 2021, it's over $600,000. I know it's much more than that because we're not getting all the information.
Has it put any of these shelters out of business?
Has it put them out of business? No, it's made them have to go and fundraise to cover these costs.
And have there been cases where animals have been turned away, there wasn't any entity to take care of them and they've been euthanized instead?
There have been cases where shelters are no longer entertaining municipal contracts and are no longer working with local law enforcement because it's too expensive and they're not getting any money back.
And so local law enforcement will then still have these cases, but then where do those animals go?
I can't
So
tell you
no one
that.
knows. So
Yeah.
they may be more traumatized and in a worse situation, even though they've been taken away. And if they are in a really bad
Right.
traumatized situation, they need tremendous veterinary care as an intervention, correct?
There's another bill that's going to come up that's not fiscal, it's called the Civil Remedies Bill, so that we can get, hoarders, the mentally ill, seniors who get over their heads, out of the criminal justice system and into the civil part of Supreme Court, where a judge will just say, you can't, after a process, you have to relinquish your animals. They go to the shelters can turn them right around, vet them, care for them, and get them out the door through adoptions, instead of having to hold them as live evidence.
Thank you.
We have to cut this conversation off, sorry. There's one more assembly member.
Assemblyman Chris Teague.
Thank you. First of all, Bill, Brian, and Libby, thank you for the work that you folks do. Near and dear to my heart. I've worked with Libby on a lot of cases. And that's kind of what I wanted to ask Libby. I don't know if, I just want to make sure that my colleagues here understand what you folks go through and what you do in our communities all across New York State, protecting animal and animal rights. So I thought maybe in the 2 minutes and 35 seconds that I have on the record, if you could explain to my colleagues exactly some of the situations that you and your folks have come into and the reason why this is so important.
Sure. In 2021, Hudson Valley Humane Society, there was 24 Huskies and Husky mixed adult dogs that were removed from a small home. They cared for them for 18 months at a cost of over $334,000. There have been hoarding situations. Erie County SPCA, 39 small dogs were found matted and in need of extensive medical and dental care. It was in their care for 7.5 months, $27,000. Lollipop Farm, 65 cats in 2024 from an unsanitary cat rescue. I don't know if they were registered or not. They were there for 70 days, cost Lollipop almost $69,000. They got $3,100 back in restitution. These are the kinds of cases that we see over and over and over again. And the shelters have to raise the money philanthropically. And, it's great that there are so many people who love what the shelters are doing and recognize their importance and will give money. But still, it's not easy to raise that money when it's not, when it really should be coming from government to help offset those costs. So there's lots of different, and honestly, I need to give you guys, and I don't know how to do this, updated testimony because I have new information. So I'll just get it to everybody on each of the committees because I got more updated information since I submitted the testimony on Friday. So, and I'd also like to just take the chance to thank Senator Hinchey, Assemblymember Lepardo, Chris Tague, Assemblymember Tague, for all the work that they've done and as how supportive they've been for the Companion Animal Capital Fund and for the shelters in the state of New York. It has made a difference. And the fact that the three of us work together so well is why we have gotten so much done for companion animals in New York. And, you know, people think, oh, New York, you guys don't get along. Well, we do. And it's made a big, big difference. Yeah, well, you know how it is. Talk to my neighbor from Missouri.
Seriously, you could adjust your testimony by submitting it to the same
Same thing?
email
Okay.
site that you submitted your testimony
Great.
to.
Thank you.
Thank you, and then thank you all three for joining us today. And I'm going to call out the last panel for this afternoon. Trust me, this will be the only budget hearing that ends in the afternoon. Parks and Trails New York, American Farmland Trust, and Scenic Hudson. Good afternoon. Which order, did you have a preference?
As you like.
Well, then we'll start with my left, your right. Hello. Oh.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm really excited. It's this early. My name is Will Cote. I'm Senior Director of Public Lands at Parks and Trails New York. PTNY is New York's leading advocate for our public lands, parks, historic sites, greenways, and open spaces. In the 40 years since our founding, we have strived to improve our health, economy, and quality of life through the use and enjoyment of our iconic public lands. And it's with this core mission in mind, I'd like to encourage you all to support the governor's proposal of $200 million in capital funding for state parks. As you heard the interim commissioner mention, we have record visitation this year, reaching 88 million, which is the 12th straight year of increased visitation. And this capital funding is essential to make our park system accessible, welcoming, and as pleasant as an experience as possible, and also to chip away at the $2 billion backlog that exists in the parks system. After the successful centennial celebration last year, I think we should also anticipate additional visitation in 2025. And as Assemblymember Kim, the Chair Kim mentioned, continued investment delivers profound benefits statewide because the park system is an economic powerhouse, with every $1 million invested yielding $10 million in sales, $4 million in labor income, and $7 million in state GDP. And to put it in perspective, this is now on par with the agricultural sector. Turning to the Environmental Protection Fund, I'm going to stand with many of my colleagues over the next couple of nights calling for an increase in the Environmental Protection Fund to $500 million. The real estate transfer tax is a reliable revenue stream with over $1 billion collected in 2024 alone. With uncertainty surrounding federal leadership on environmental protection, this is a pivotal moment to demonstrate New York's nation-leading commitment to environmental stewardship and broader livability here in New York State. Not to mention that it would help rectify the gap between available funding and the oversubscription to nearly all EPF programs that benefit every corner of the state. Two examples to that point. I ask that you increase the Park and Trail Partnership Grant Program within the EPF to $4 million from its $2.5 million allocation proposed by the governor. Since 2015, this program has awarded $10 million to 24 projects across the state, leveraging nearly $5 million in private funding. How much more impactful could this program be if we didn't have to deny half the applications we receive each year? Another example is the Connect Kids to Parks program, which since 2016 has enabled 800,000 children to come to the outdoors, those opportunities to visit public lands and engage in meaningful scientific, historic, cultural programming. Since the program has grown by 500% since 2021, expanding that program to $5 million and allowing 250,000 more students the opportunity to directly connect with nature and experience our state's best science classroom seems like a wise investment. With 12 seconds left, I'm going to go off course a little bit here and say that I strongly encourage you all to dedicate an extra $10 million in DEC's capital funding in this year's budget. It's important that we expand accessibility to all of our public lands. Users don't differentiate between parks or DEC properties. They just want outdoor recreation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carly Fraccaroli. I want to thank Chairs Pretlow and Kruger, Chairs Hinchy and Lepardo, Chair Serrano and Kim, who I do not see but still appreciate, ranking members of both committees and members of the Joint Legislative Budget Committee for the opportunity to testify today. This is my first time testifying in my 5 years at Scenic Hudson, so really excited about this opportunity. I'm the Government Relations Manager for Scenic Hudson, and if you're not familiar with our organization, Scenic Hudson is a land trust and environmental advocacy organization. We're the largest environmental organization in the Hudson Valley. We've created over 45 parks, and since 1992, we've protected almost 23,000 acres of farmland on 150 family farms. And we work really closely with farmers and partners like Cornell Cooperative Extension and Soil and Water Conservation Districts to provide technical and financial assistance to farmers, conserve farmland, and connect people with fresh local food. So you'll see that my written testimony identifies key areas in the proposed state budget that will meaningfully support Scenic Hudson's efforts to advance the state's agricultural and open space and environmental goals in the Hudson Valley and beyond. So with that said, I want to use my time today to flag a particularly impactful program that Scenic Hudson feels would merit your further attention. So we are encouraging the legislature to increase the allocation for the Climate Resilient Farming Program within the Environmental Protection Fund to $33 million in your one-house budgets. And that would be up from the governor's proposed $15.25 million. And we're asking this, like Will said, in the context of our ask in partnership with a coalition of environmental organizations to increase the EPF to $500 million. And the reason we're advocating for an increase in funding for the Climate Resilient Farming Program this year is that last year, the New York State Department of Ag and Markets received an infusion of funds from USDA's Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities grant to expand the New York Climate Resilient Farming Program. And because of this, Ag and Markets was able to disperse approximately $33 million in grants to farmers implementing regenerative agricultural and farming practices and reducing on-farm carbon emissions. But even though the funds available for climate resilient farming programs and projects were more than doubled with this boost provided from the federal funding, the one-time grant, the program was still not able to fulfill every funding request, the total of which we believe totaled approximately $49 million. So we are respectfully submitting that $33 million should be the new floor for the Climate Resilient Funding Program, given the amount of funding requests, potential future lack of federal funding, and the fact that $33 million was put directly to work on farms to fund practices that made positive impacts for both the climate and the farms and farmers themselves. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Julian Mangano, and I'm the New York Policy Manager for American Farmland Trust, the nation's leading conservation organization dedicated to protecting farmland, promoting sustainable practices, and supporting farmers. New York's farmland anchors an $85.8 billion farm and food economy, supporting nearly 300,000 jobs across over 6 million acres and over 30,000 farms. However, this vital resource is under threat. From 2017 to 2022, New York lost nearly 364,000 acres of farmland. At this rate, we risk losing another 452,000 acres by 2040, jeopardizing 2,500 farms and 7,000 jobs. To sustain New York's agriculture and address urgent challenges like food security and climate change, I urge the legislator to act on the following priorities. For farmland protection, raise the farmland protection budget to $25 million within a $500 million environmental protection fund. This investment will safeguard farmland, support farm transitions, and promote climate-smart agriculture. We'd also like for an additional $10 million in EPF funding to support the Article 7 Part 00 amendments to the executive budget. To support transitioning and beginning farmers, we'd like to see Farmland for a New Generation be funded at $1 million. Right now, with 60% of New York producers over age 55 and 90% lacking transition plans, this increase in funding is critical to addressing the demand to support farmland transition. As Senator Hinchey has mentioned multiple times today, for farm-to-school programs, we'd like to include breakfast in the 30% initiative to make it more administratively feasible for schools to participate, and increase local food purchases statewide. We'd also like the maintaining of funding for farm-to-school grant programs to strengthen farm-to-institution connections and improve student access to nutritious meals, following the lead of Governor Hochul's support for universal school meals for all. For enhancing climate resilience, we would like to see an expansion in programs that support conservation practices like cover cropping and reduced tillage to combat climate change, improve soil health, and preserve farmland. And we would also like to see an integration of AFT smart solar principles to prevent farmland loss while supporting renewable energy development. And lastly, we'd like to see the deployment of the $150 million allocated in the Environmental Bond Act for farmland protection, ensuring these resources directly contribute to long-term viability of New York's agriculture. New York's farmland fuels our economy, feeds our communities, and combats climate change. By prioritizing farmland protection and agricultural initiatives in this executive budget and one House budget, we can secure a thriving and equitable food system for our future generations. Thank you for your time and continued support for these critical issues.
From the Senate, Michelle Hinchy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and for all of your work. First, to Julian, thank you for flagging the Farm to School program among all of the important programs that you've cited. Can you also talk about why increasing the cents from 19 to 25 cents would be important, how that would be impactful?
So, to my understanding, like local food procurement can cost a little bit more than the Cisco food and just general like food we can get throughout the nation. So that additional reimbursement of 6 cents from the 19 cents will help just assist the school budgets and increase their capacity to
actually
engage
make it
the program.
possible to buy farm fresh food into the
Yes.
schools for all those programs.
Precisely.
Great. So yes, that nominal cent increase feels important. You mentioned also smart solar principles from AFT. Can you talk a little bit about those?
So currently, we're working on defining a definition for agrivoltaic so it can be included with ag markets, and we're hoping to have that pushed forward. We have a draft, we're in discussion right now to get that moving, and that is what I have at the moment.
Great. Well, we look forward to seeing those because we obviously there's a lot of confusion around what agrivoltaics mean and dual use, and is it sheep grazing? Does that count as agriculture? Where sometimes there's a lot of loopholes that solar developers use to be able to continue to move forward on a program that doesn't actually maintain the ability and access to farming on prime farmland. So thank you for that. For Carly and Scenic Hudson, could you talk a little bit, and my colleague, Assemblyman Fahey might mention this, but can you talk a little bit about the farmland preservation efforts that you're working on and what we could be doing better in that space?
Yeah, so like I said, we partner with farms to put conservation easements on their farms so that they're preserved in perpetuity, so that we don't lose any more farmland. I think.
Would you say we have a lot, where a lot of farmland is at risk of being lost today?
Yeah, we are seeing farmland being lost every year, unfortunately, and we're also losing farmers themselves. They're aging out of being farmers. So I think having a system in place to be able to keep farmland in farming for future generations of farmers, and also making sure that there's funding available for these farmers to conserve their land is really important and something that we could definitely utilize at Scenic Hudson.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we were talking up here before about the fires happening in California, and how for the last number of years, we've all been talking about the importance of New York ag land and how we are going to be the breadbasket of our country once again. And so it's incumbent that we fund all of these programs and do a lot more to make sure we have our farmland protected. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for being here. Julian, a quick question. You quickly said that you were supporting the Article 7 changes, Part 00. Is that where the governor adds urban agriculture and regional
Yes, there
food
is
system support to current farmland protection activities?
There is that part of the amendment, but just holistically, as the amendment is written, there is no true like fiscal designations. So we're just inserting that at least 10 million for those programs should be instituted.
And could you just remind us, I know you're calling for a 500 million EPF, but what does the governor have in the budget to start with?
400 million.
400 million. And you're looking to supplement the climate resiliency and soil health from that additional funding?
That's
because it looks more than likely that funding has been put on pause. Senator Hinchey and I worked very hard years ago to create the soil health standards through that legislation, and have been very proud that it's been funded on a regular basis. It's interesting to find out that it was supplemented to that extent by federal dollars that are likely to go away. We'd hate to go backwards on that important program, so I appreciate your highlighting that. Thank you very much. I'm good.
I'm sorry. Any other assembly members?
I got two more.
Two more, oh. Keep going.
Assemblyman Chris Teague.
Thank you, sir. Julian, my question's for you, and it was brought up during this, the turnover of farms. But my understanding is that American Farmland Trust actually has a program where you bring in young folks who maybe did not grow up on a farm, and you try to match them with a retiring farm whose kids or loved ones are not interested in farming. Is that program still in place?
Yes, I mentioned in my testimony that we would like to actually increase the funding for that program from 700,000 to $1 million, just so we can have a more robust impact with our regional navigators and enhance that connection between the transitioning and new and beginning farmers.
The other thing is, I think it's very important for my colleagues to understand this and anybody else that may be watching. Can you repeat the numbers on the amount of acreage in New York State that has been eaten up, that is no longer in productive farmland?
Yeah, I mean, just to put in perspective from like preparing for this testimony, some of the recent language was that New York had 9 million acres and farms, but now we're at 6 million acres and farms. But just between 2017 and 2022, we've had 364,000 acres of land loss, and that's based on U.S. Ag Census data.
To me, that is troubling, very troubling. As I said earlier to the Commissioner of Agriculture, I have this feeling, and I have for the last few years. Number one, the state of New York took local control away from our local governments and the people that actually live in these communities. We no longer feel that it's necessary for them to have an opinion or the other local farmers. And what this does is when you take that farmland away, it doesn't just hurt the farmer, but it also hurts the farmers around them that may rent that property because they don't have enough. This is a serious problem. This is much more serious than people are letting on to. Again, I'm going to repeat what I said to the commissioner. The left hand does not know what the right hand's doing. We're going to get to a situation here in New York State, one of the greatest agricultural states in this country, and we're not going to be able to sustain ourselves in agriculture. People need to smarten up at the top and figure out that we cannot continue down this road. I really want to thank the three of you for your testimony today, and I see that you're passionate, as I am, about saving our farmland. New York State should be the leader in agriculture in America. Best quality control, 4 growing seasons, the greatest 5 universities in agriculture. We should be leading. So thank you very much.
One more.
Assemblywoman Anna Kellis to close.
Great. I wanted to thank you all. Your testimonies were amazing, and the research you did, amazing. A couple things, and I agree, the real estate transfer tax being the source of funding for the EPF means that we just do not have justification for not increasing it to 500, given that it's $1 billion and it's not coming from taxpayer dollars, particularly given the federal cuts. So thank you so much for bringing that up. The one question, and the other, I agree with you about the funding for the parks, the Park and Trail Partnership grants, capital funding. We should also make sure that we connect it to an incredibly great source of therapy for mental health, especially for children, and we fail to do that enough, and it is a huge boon to improve mental health, and I think that we could all use that as well. You brought up $2 trillion as a backlog of capital for parks. Where did that number come from? Because I've asked that earlier today, and I was told that we don't have that or wasn't given that information.
The number that I've been using is $2 billion, and that is solely an estimation that Parks and Trails New York has made. That is not necessarily
I'd love to
substantiated
see.
by the agency, it's just our best guess on the math.
I'd love to see that. Just a question about the school meals. And what the data that I have shows we have 10 million a year. We've never spent more than 4 million a year, so we are reallocating every year. New York City does not reach the 30% threshold, so they wouldn't qualify. So if, right now, they'd have to build up. So if I added breakfasts and I added 25 cents and I added the entire state, would we even come close to meeting that 10 million threshold that is currently allocated for this, for school meals?
No, I don't think so. The last I calculated, we would need 11 million total lunch meals reimbursed to get to that $10 million
And where are we
at
now?
25%. The data from the 2023-2024 purchasing
Yeah.
was 3.1 million dollars in reimbursement at the 19 cents. So if we went up to 25-cent reimbursement, it would take us to 4.1 million.
So we could actually get 6 cents per meal back to farmers
Yes.
with no more additional funding required by the state.
Yes, correct.
We would just have to start allocating the funding we actually have
Yes.
distributed.
And hopefully the inclusion of breakfast would increase overall school food authority participation by making it less
Universal.
administratively burdensome for them to participate in the program.
Right, so we could do breakfast and lunch and 25 cents, and it would still fit within our budget, where we
Yes.
currently have. Great. Farmland for New Generation, the 1 million, that is for the navigators, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, this is wonderful.
Right, just double checking, no more assembly members or senators with questions. Then I want to thank the three of you for participating, and I want to officially close the first budget hearing of the 2025 budget year. We will be back here tomorrow morning at 9:30 with the ENCON and Energy hearing. It will go longer than today, but I appreciate everybody's attendance and patience. Thank you very much.